Ani Nishle do Belagana Viking people Bashis Chin, Deschini Deshiche do Belagana Irish people Deshanale, Shay Amber Kenneth Bakrati, Yanesia Tohat Soy Denatsha. On the council, I represent 7 communities in the Northern Agency: Sheep Springs, Two Great Hills, Tolina, Sonosti, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiahi, and Biklabato. I'm also the chair of the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, and I appreciate the report today on the Superfund. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah, this should also members of the RDC committee. Yeah, they've been last is a couple of strong total in versus chain. Not in the chain last year, and when I saw it, I laid down towards the law 18 for hardly. I don't think about okay, though, those are equal. I don't think yeah, they've been yeah.
Thank you. Any other colleagues on the call with us? None. We have Senator Lyle Begay with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Rikinez, members of the Resources and Development Committee, staff. Happy holidays to all of your families. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's. Carlisle Begay and the 20 Linky Ani A Bashichin. Thank you very much, Chairman, for having me on today.
Thank you. From the Office of the President, Vice President, Ms. Teresita Clashen. None. What about Mr. Dave Filford? None. Navajo EPA, Valinda Shirley.
Honorable Chair, can you hear me?
We could barely hear you.
That is finished. I'll try to speak as loudly as I can here. That is a Chinat Ani no Hini, that evidence in the Say, Valinda Shirley, yeah, I don't put it in the end. The second question is cheap, I need to say the cut is I need to say that I can have.
Thank you. Mr. Warren Rowan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yat Abin, Shay Warren Roninska, Tkabahenshla, Hanagaki Pashishin, Twitchini Dashiche, the Bethlehem Dashanale. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Resources Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene Pino.
Good morning, Yadepine, Donaldsko. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Should they Darlene Pino in Shiedo, a Shinslido, Chichi Bashin from Muscular Patchy. Adokiani the Shachedo, to the Chini the Chanel, Ato Nazis, Navajo Mountain, chapter vice president, Kotoshiki, the New Quitty, Unstra. I used in a shot Alamo, New Mexico, is so. I used to check here, at the Pinadanasko.
Thank you. Mr. Roland Small Canyon.
Good morning, Shiet. Delegate Nes. Shiet Roland Small Canyon on Shiet. No data cheat in Shlon, Shin Bash Chin. This honey that Chero Taban Rationale. Ado Chinan Shine, Shanto Community Governance Aja President Schlen. Od Anan Shadi, there's Ansha community. Happy New Year's and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to everyone. And that was a wonderful prayer, Delegate Stewart. Yeah, back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Small Canyon, for being on the call. Mr. Warren Ashley, NTUA.
Yat Hasil, Edo Shidone, Do Chairman Neshiget, She Yanat Otanet Hachi Inchle, a Shin Bashes Chin, Senajin the Shedot for the Chile the Shinala, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Ajit Government Liaison, a job title go, a yat Gilwin Schlodije, Yat happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Mr. Lester Lee.
They've been Lester Lee with N2A Electric Systems. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Martin Begay, are you on the call? None. From Speaker's Office, Mr. Joaquin Yates.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Nez. Good morning, honorable members of Resources and Development Committee. This is Joaquin Yates, Office of the Speaker, Legislative Staff Assistant. Thank you for the introduction.
Thank you. Ms. Khan, are you on the call with us? None. Anybody that wishes to introduce themselves may do so at this time.
Hello, Chair. My name is Marcia Greyeyes. I'm from Shanto, Community Vice President. I want to wish everyone a happy holiday and look forward to listening to the update from NTUA.
Welcome and thank you. Next. I hear none. We'll go down to number 3 on the agenda, reviewing and approving the agenda. Mr. Tahi, could you read the agenda into the record, please?
Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, special meeting Tuesday, December 20th, 2022, 8 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Ricky Nez, Chairperson. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. Location via telecommunication. 1. Call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, and announcements. 2. Recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3. Reviewing and approving the agenda. 4. Reviewing and approving the journal. None. 5. Receiving reports. A. Update report by Navajo Environmental Protection Agency on the concurrence of the consideration from the Office of the President and Vice President on the proposal of the Lagutchagay Mountain Mining District located in the Cove, Round Rock, and Lagutchagay chapter being on the Superfund National Priority List. Presenter, Belinda C. Shirley, Division Director, Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. B. Update report by Navajo Tribal Utility Authority on the electric capacity in Western Agency regarding the Longhouse Valley Substation. Presenters, Lee Lester, Electric System Director, and Donovan McGay, Electric Engineer Supervisor, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. C. Update report by Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation on the tour permits and vendor fees and the tour permits and vendor license issues and suspension at all Navajo Nation parks. Presenters, Martin L. Begay, Department Manager, and Alvina Arviso, Assistant Department Manager, Department of Parks and Recreation. D. Update report on HR 3587, the requirement, expectations, and standard procedures for effective consultation with tribes, RESPECT Act, introduced by Representative Ruel M. Grajavo, Arizona. Presenter, Carl Begay, Federal and State Government Affairs Advisor. 6 old business, 6 old business, none. 7 new business, none. 8 close of meeting announcements and adjournment. Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Stewart.
Thank you. Yellen. Thank you, Honorable Begay. Any comments or questions on the agenda?
Chairman,
Yes.
on page 2 of 2, there is a second old business that needs to be removed. It's a mistake on my part. Back to you, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second for Amendment 1 to remove old business, the second old business. No motion, Chairman Freeland. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Honorable Begay, thank you. Any comments or questions on Amendment 1? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chairman.
Thank you. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries on Amendment 1. Back to the main motion. Any comments or questions? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Chairman Key votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniel?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chairman.
Thank you. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We have an approved agenda before us. Honorable colleagues, number 4, reviewing and approving journals. There's none. Number 5, receiving reports. A, update report by Navajo Environmental Protection Agency on the concurrence of the consideration from the Office of the President and Vice President on the proposal of the Lukachukai Mountains Mining District located in the Cove, Round Rock, and Lukachukai chapters being on the Superfund National Priorities list. Presenter will be the Division Director of Navajo EPA, Ms. Belinda Shirley, as well as Mr. Warren Rowan. Ms. Shirley, you have 20 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, it's been in Nana, and I hope my audio is coming through a little bit better. Chair and honorable members of RDC and Delegate Amber Crotty, Nana. I did want to mention that this is a US EPA led, how would you say, it's a US EPA led recommendation. And I do have on the line with me Mr. Will Duncan that will help me answer questions or questions that can best be answered by US EPA. Mr. Duncan will be on the line as well too. I do have a short presentation and I'm not able to share it from my phone, but I wonder if Mr. Warren, are you able to kind of pull up that presentation that I have drafted?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
I can't figure out how to share the screen. I'm sorry. Rodney, how would I do that?
Chair members of RDC Warren, if you email me the document, I can email it out and I can share it on my screen.
Okay, I will.
As we're preparing to share the screen, I can certainly start with a little bit of background. So US EPA about a year ago started working on putting together documentation and information. And as they're putting together the document and information, they found that we could potentially list the whole Luke Ojigay Mountains as a Superfund site. So to list one site is harder to do because you have to take into account all of the population. But if you were to take in all of the mountain and looking at 88 mine sites, we would have a better chance of having the mountain listed as a Superfund site. So in October of 2022, US EPA provided a letter to Honorable President Nez, and in the letter, US EPA is asking for a concurrence. They mention, US EPA mentions that they are considering proposing the Luke Ojigay Mountain, and they want to, we would like to call it the Luke Ojigay Mountains Mining District, since we're kind of looking at a larger, the mountain as a whole. And this, the boundaries or the Superfund site would in the Cove, Round Rock, and Luke Ojigay chapters of the Navajo Nation. And to list a site on the Navajo, on the national priorities list, it does take some time. And this is not under Navajo Nation's authority, meaning that USCPA will be doing this under their CERCLA authority. Section 105 of the Comprehensive Response Compensation and Liability Act is what they would be using to list or potentially list this site as a Superfund site. And then the main purpose behind listing this site would be to ensure that there are resources available to US EPA Region 9 and to the Navajo Nation to achieve some of the goals that are outlined in the 10-year plan. Thank you, Warren. I'm on slide 2. And then moving on to slide 3. And then, so the idea is that this Superfund site would comprise of 88 AUMs, and then it would be addressing all mine-related features. So some of the sites that we have at Cove include some of the staging areas, not actual mine sites, but also staging areas. So it would include at least 88 abandoned uranium mine sites. We would be looking at related sources. And then in addition, we would be looking at 800,000 cubic yards of mine waste that remains in some of the drainage within the Cove and some pure boundaries. And then some of the benefits onto the second slide, or the fourth slide, Warren. And then some of the benefits, just to kind of quickly go through these benefits that we're able to compile, is that one is that with this Superfund site proposed and listed on the NPL, there could be more technical assistance grants available to the surrounding communities. And what this technical assistance grant would do would be to have the communities procure or to get their own technical consultants to help them understand and to help them make some of these decisions as we're going through the Superfund process. And then with the second benefit we've noted here is that there could be an EPA project office near the Luke Ojigay Mountains working closely with the communities within that area. And then one of the things that we are not comprehensively looking at in code, for instance, is the groundwater. And the listing the Luke Ojage Mountains as a mining district, as a Superfund site, we would be looking at the groundwater contamination. We would be investigating and potential remediation if we do find groundwater contamination. And then there will be long-term funding for mine sources, areas that are not funded by settlements or potential responsible parties. Most of the mine sites within the Luke Ojage Mountains are funded sites, Ojage Mountains area. And
Ms. Shirley?
to list the whole area.
Ms. Shirley? Ms. Shirley,
Yes.
we're losing you.
Are you able to hear me? Oh dear.
You're coming in and out, so go ahead.
I apologize. So this would also, the proposal would include funding and looking and investigating, remediating some unfunded sites within the Luke Ojage Mountains area. And then one of the other benefits is the required long-term operation and maintenance that would be part of this, part of the approach if we were to list the Luke Ojage Mountain districts as a Superfund site. And then the last slide here, slide 5, to consider, there are things to consider here. So one of the things that I've noted on here is that it's going to take at least 2 years for this whole process to go through the evaluation, the pre-assessments, and so forth, and then to have it listed, if it can be listed. One of the reasons why we're kind of, our US EPA is asking or engaging Navajo this early is that they're hoping to list the proposal in the Federal Register this coming spring is what they're hoping for. So that's the reason for the letter of concurrence. And then there is a hazardous ranking system or hazardous ranking or hazardous scoring system that will be applied to this as well too. And then if the Luke Ojage Mountains mining district scores higher than 28.5, then it could potentially be listed. And then if it scores less than that, there would be a record of decision saying that it won't be placed on the MPL. With a Superfund site, US EPA will have, how would you say, the majority of the decision-making powers. Tribes and states, for instance, depending on the way that there's stipulations within the Superfund site, then the state or the tribe could potentially have a larger role. But in this case, that's not clearly defined at this time too. One of the questions that I had when we received this letter was how would it affect even the home site lease process? And then the boundary will also include, like for instance, the Cove Day School. So some of those things or some of those questions we had to have answered before we could properly advise President. So just an update on the letter, the concurrence letter from President back to US EPA. The US EPA is requesting for a written response to the letter before December 31st. As of December 20th, today, the concurrence letter is being drafted for President's signature. So we haven't acquired President's signature just yet, but he is aware that there is a letter being drafted and he was briefed on this as well too. So I will turn over to Warren to see if there's anything that I've missed that Mr. Warren Roan would like to add. Chair.
Good morning. Thank you, Belinda. No, I think you covered it pretty well. I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Chair, might I also ask Mr. Will Duncan if he's on the line to add anything else to what I might have missed here?
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Mr. Duncan, you have the floor, sir. You may have to unmute, Mr. Duncan. Duncan?
Chairman, I see Mr. William Duncan on the call. I believe he's having technical difficulties because I see him muting and unmuting himself. Back to you, Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Shirley? Anything else?
No, not at this time, Chair, and we can certainly answer any questions that that the honorable members might have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chairman
Mr.
Nez.
Duncan?
This is Will Duncan. I think my audio is now working.
It is. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm just joining, and my apologies, but I may need to get a prompt to let me go ahead and add anything to the conversation that you guys have been talking about.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
You do have the floor, sir.
And thank you so much, Chairman Nez. I'm just curious as to what you guys have already covered and what I might be able to add to the conversation.
Okay. Well, we can
I
do
can
this.
I can certainly help.
Ms. Shirley?
Yes, Chair. Mr. Duncan, so what I did provide was just a quick little overview of the Luke Ojigay mining district being proposed. I basically went over a lot of what was presented in the letter that you presented to Honorable President. And then I, basically just a high level overview. I didn't get into the, for instance, the process to make a site an NPL site. I didn't go through the site screening or the I touched very little on the scoring system and so forth. But I don't know if you have anything else to add, Mr. Duncan.
Sure. I'd like to first thank you for the opportunity to let us talk directly to the council on the listing or proposed listing for the Luke Ojigay mining district. US EPA pursued this alternative or option as a means of capturing some of the mine sites that are in that area of Navajo Nation that did not currently have a source of funding to finance the cleanup. And it allows us to capture those additional mines and add to the existing mines that we do have funding for. So the proposal includes 88 mine sites on Navajo Nation, specifically in the Northern Agency area. And it allows us to use yet one more tool in the remedial toolbox that US EPA has available for addressing contamination and performing cleanup. This process, the NPL process, provides a structure framework that guarantees the funding for cleanup on all these sites. So if we were to not have enough money by pursuing enforcement with the PRP, we would have a guaranteed safety net in that the US EPA would guarantee the funding to get through the cleanup and for the long-term O&M. We don't suspect that that's going to be an issue for the Northern Agency sites, but it does give us a sense of security, knowing that we will always have access to funding to make sure that these sites are cleaned up and if left in place, have a long-term financial plan for operation and maintenance so that they don't get neglected. There is some urgency, as we've shared with, I think you, Chairman Nez, when you were back in DC a couple of weeks ago and met with Jane Nishida, we talked about the urgency in getting a letter signed. That's primarily due to the fact that the process in order for us to get this request for proposal and ready for spring of this year, we have to have that signed letter of support concurrence from the tribal leader, and in this case, President Nez, by mid-January. And if we don't, then we'll have to postpone the proposed listing process until the fall. And it's already a very lengthy process. And so even though it's a delay of 6 months, that can mean a lot when we're talking about these types of cleanups on Navajo Nation. So having said that, I don't know if there's any other specific questions I might be able to answer for you or other members of the committee, but I'm happy to do my best and do so.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Ms. Shirley, anything else?
No, sir. No, we don't have any, but we certainly stand for questions at this time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members of RDC. Let's have a motion and a second.
Kiala motion.
Thank you, honorable Begay. Second by. Is there a second, Fernanda?
Second, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Nandano Senegi, honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, I will open the floor for you to ask questions, and thereafter we can open the floor to our colleagues that are on the call, because this also relates to their area. And at this time also, before we move on, I'd like to have Honorable Slater introduce himself. He represents Round Rock and Lukachika area. Honorable Slater, Shanala.
Yeah, Shanala. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carl Slater. I'm the council delegate who represents Round Rock and Lukachika. Adona Indishonagi e Kia Ani, Shay Sontana Bashashin, Tanajini Dashache, Do Sontana Dashanala, and Tanakanan Shah. And thank you, Shanala. After the members have had an opportunity to speak, I would appreciate the opportunity to say a couple words and ask a question. Yeah.
We also have on the call with us Honorable Nate Brown.
Oh, yate shana ado shananta Resource and Development Committee ado to all our staff. Yeah, I've been say tropa look basichin ki ani desiche adot zetlan national adot nesha is nel chik edan linean de chilchimbi troha hotso ado danahotso do trodineste ado budget and finance committee ajet khasata ke answer.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. We also have on the call with us from Cove Chapter is the president of Cove Chapter, Mr. James Benali. Hitching it down. Introduction.
Oh, yeah, Shanantai, Honorable Council Delegate Nez, Adon Hida Resource Development Committee members, Honorable Council Delegates, Ado Mr. Honorable Council Delegate Slater for joining this call. Ado, Ms. Shirley and Will Duncan. Thank you for participating in this call. James Benali and Shiedo Tropan Shin Pashin Tatnistan Dashido Kitachin Dational Arabet Nina Kiridashi Ado Kotichini Nina Kiridashi Aruka business Ado Nashado Ado Partner Land Sata Hota Ekodon Jeda to see the Honorable Council Delegate Nez.
Thank you, Mr. Benali. We'll open the floor for discussion. We'll go to RDC first. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions?
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, Ado Kodo Shadeja, Ms. Shirley, Ado the EPA, Region 9, Ado everyone else on the line, Shakalik Nasendigi, Yate Penen Hidini Dode. I guess the specific, I'm sure the returning and incoming council will be working on this particular situation and issue for the next 4 years, Dole. But what's the main reason that we're not really doing enough to get things going? And why is it that we have to be told that the Navajo Nation needs to concur or agree of this proposal? And it bothers me because the we're being told that there's no funding available for all these other sites. According to 88 areas, the Hundi Nisa, it seems we're like, is it okay to hit it? No, or on that he needs that's in the Halon. I see that. A coco, Yega Shishazing, Bashin, in my area. Claim 28. A call a lachit, a deed, aj, or hot on has go codo. And Goshazing, a what ego got aj go sites ki select not that. A coco, the national priority list. So what ego question aj add on as deed. But I like to get clarification that funding will be available. Is it a guaranteed, or will the Navajo Nation will continue to compete for funding that will be available for these process? Because there's several funding cho bên yết hít cho khát đọt nít lấy the basic hít đọt khát đọt nít. So even the funding will be available. I mean, just for us, the nation, to agree to it, concur to it, then when funding becomes available, I mean, how is it that we're going to really be ahead of ourselves in capturing the much needed dollars to remediate these particular sites? Although some of the requirements that we're being told may be some disadvantage to the Navajo Nation, the strategy, not the strategy, the qualification that's owed, or the requirement. Because I mean, I don't know if that's another reason why these sites continues to be just idle or taking its time, is just because that there's not much of individuals or population density or anything of that nature. I see you quite it's really out of the way, so it's not really necessary for us to resolve these particular area. That's it. That's in sonda. Legal because there's a lot of information that we were given to us when we were in DC. And we even met directly with the EPA office. Although those individuals that are working on these reclamation portion, but then I see Tado, then that in need to John Hito need John Hita. How much will that hamper the process? Even now, dig at Ben Hithan Agito, Pahan Agi, a late all the Edik of the Latratashi, did Ewa Sato, Banet, a coco. Halit Allah Ila that did say this at when we were in DC. What specific is it that the RDC needs to do, or the council? Maybe council about that. What go not so some liniki, that's it. Stop on that. What's it and sort of on such case? So I know Mr. Duncan and the Region 9 is online. I mean, I'm not sure. I kept telling everyone that I won't be back on the council, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to be silent. I mean, once you become an official, I guess it's just more of a government level. But once you become back a citizen, I'm sure they have more voice in that area. So maybe I don't. That's it. I see what that's in that the net that's in so that's a case that did. So Region 9, I mean, I appreciate the process with the Ligajuke listing and proposal. I like to really continue to advocate for my region, which is the Claim 28, because the last that I'm told by the trustee is that, okay, we're just doing this. Once the fund is available, we'll get to it. And then why are we duplicating a lot of these services? Because I know there's a program from the University of New Mexico is doing a lot of these areas that deems sufficient to be utilized of their studies that could be picked up by the United States EPA and others of the doing of Mr. Chris Shuey next door. For Argentina, out the English, to Yego, that ego, there's help being offered. There's help being done. Argentina, ego, the English, to Nihilia, to Shishlat, Yato, Kodovania, Pesos, and again, sometimes you always think that, okay, we're being told 2 years, and I'm sure, yeah, in the science world, I'm sure it takes time to get things done. And a lot of time you always think back, you always, a thought comes back to you and say that, okay, it's just because that there's billions of dollars available and that they just spread out to say that, okay, we'll spread out the funding just so it lasts longer for us to hold a job or something. Or it's not the case. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars that being in these settlements. For a settlement that some of us, as the Navajo Nation, not majority of us were involved in these discussions. There's a 10-year plan, and then there's also even a public hearing because of COVID. We didn't even finish those, but yet the public hearing. Even myself, I presented a legislation requesting for a direct a field hearing to be done on Navajo and specifically for Navajo. These are some issues that could be brought up. Maybe at this time, again, I'm not sure how the incoming council will move forward in this particular area. Maybe the leadership of the Republicans on the House side will be able to hear us. And that's one thing that I'm planned, because our representative from this region, it will be a Republican, and I'm not sure how much of an issue will be in terms of a party system to take part in this particular process. So with that agency case deed, but when it comes back down to us sometimes, and he need up and now go 80 at all, and let us the last where Jish out of Kodeb and not, and then Liniki said he need to be not stop being a need day. Coco a quaggy like it out the Kodo. Based on Liniki, we're going to be more in a disadvantage because of the population, of the location, and then how much funding is being allocated. That will we be able to be successful in securing these funding for the purpose of remediating a lot of these areas that we're talking about in the Lukashike Mountain, Liniki. Chairman. But in the scene, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We can't really do anything because this is just a report in it. Or maybe if anything else, maybe we can add this on to the regular agenda tomorrow at the RDC meeting. So, if there's any direction. Unless we could do this, because I know this is a special meeting, but only for report to get it. If there needs to be additional directive that needs to be done based on what we're told when we're in DC and what we're being told right today, Chairman.
Thank you for your concerns and your questions, Honorable Begay, and certainly appreciate the work that you have done throughout the years for the Navajo Nation and our trip to DC when we met with US EPA. Since we're having a special meeting, we could provide a directive if it needs to be. So I'm going to give some time back over to Director Shirley for her response, as well as from Mr. Duncan. Ms. Shirley?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Shana. Oh, I don't Nskago Nsil Kesto. Asishin I thought Yegon Neo Ban Neo thought what's out. Hitch young Tietle Shana and a quake back here Nizint dollars. Do het is in die hagi a kope han se higi a quagi na heni zint o leshna ha. And in response to some of the questions that you had posed, I have on here, for instance, why does the tribe have to provide concurrence? I can have Mr. Duncan kind of elaborate on that, but one of the stipulations or the guidance for proposing a site on the NPL list is that the tribe has to provide concurrence. And so it's a guidance within US EPA when it comes to proposing a site. So that's one of the first questions. And Chair, can I pivot to Mr. Duncan to see if he has anything to add to that question or to that response to that question?
Yes, Mr. Duncan, you may respond as well.
Thank you. It's a great question. And I appreciate a lot of the questions that Council Member Kiel and Big A brought up. But specifically to that question, in the NPL process, typically when we do this on non-tribal lands, it's required that the governor of the state that we're taking the action in or proposing the site in provides concurrence, because the state is agreeing to pay 10% of the long-term O&M cost of maintaining that site in perpetuity, so forever and ever. And because that's a commitment, a long-term commitment on the state's budget, we require them to provide concurrence. On tribal lands, there is no expectation that the tribe contributes monetarily to the investment and the long-term operation and maintenance of a remedy if the materials left on site or in place. However, the process does call for, we've been calling it concurrence, but I think more accurately, it's really a letter of support from tribal leadership that says that we agree with this concept of using the NPL process to address contamination on our tribal lands. And so in this case, we're looking for that support, and we're calling it concurrence from tribal leadership that says that they support this pathway that we're choosing to take in the Lukachukai Mountains. Just to make sure that everybody's clear, I know that Councilman Allen had lots of different questions, but specifically just focusing in on what we're here to talk about today. We have in the proposal 88 separate mine sites that are covered under this proposal. Of those 88, only around 12 are currently unfunded. The other 66 have funding from private and public parties, and through enforcement actions, we are either have agreements in place or will have agreements in place in order to fund the cleanup at those sites. We will continue to pursue time critical actions at these sites to stabilize and to address ongoing releases that are occurring from mine waste that's entering into the waters up in the canyons that feed the streams that go down and through the community of Cove and other communities. We will pursue those time critical actions as we continue on the pathway to do the long-term remedies for the other sites that are in the Cove Mountains. Cypress AMAX is a private party that's also taking action in the Lukachukai Mountains, and they will continue to move forward on their long-term remedial actions. So with regards to this new process slowing things down, I don't think that it'll impact what we're currently doing with regards to addressing the source of this contamination. So the fact that the mine spoils that have been left in place, which is where our focus is right now, we will continue to address those under our non-time critical removal authorities. But the NPO process does allow us to capture all those mines. In addition, those 66 that we have funding for, and in addition, those other 12 mines, and basically make sure that they are in a process that is that allows them access to long-term funding, as well as some other advantages that come with the remedial program within EPA. And so there are clear advantages to allowing for us to move forward with this proposal. And I will also add that the Lukachukai Mining District is very unique in that, as Councilman Begay stated, not every site, and in fact, it's probably safe to say most sites on Navajo Nation would not qualify to be on the national priorities list. But in this particular instance, the way that we've put all these sites together and the fact that they're located in an area that has cultural significance, that we were able to basically talk about and boost the overall score that the site gets, allowed us to propose this for listing. We're going to look to try and list other sites on Navajo Nation, but there's no guarantee that we'll be able to get the numbers right and be able to support that proposal. So I think this is certainly a unique opportunity right now, with clear advantages to Navajo Nation on getting the problem of abandoned uranium mines on more of a national stage, because we're calling it an MPL site. It'll be the first one on Navajo Nation. And again, I think the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And then finally, what can the council do? We're really looking to President Nez as the Navajo Nation leader to provide this letter of support. The original letter was sent directly to him. It's been with him for several months, and ideally he would be the one to send the letter back. And if there is any ability that the council has to just encourage that he do that, that I think that's all that we're asking at this point in time, is to just maybe offer up that you're aware of the proposal, and that you think it's a good idea for him to sign it, if that's what you in fact decide to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Honorable members of RDC.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Shirley.
Just to add to, and I don't want to have us leave the discussion that we're having, but I did want to add to Mr. Duncan's response, and then to answer, I think, a question that I heard from Honorable Delegate Begay. one of the questions that I know that Shana asked, for instance, was he asked if there was something that we could potentially do to move things along faster. And I just wanted to kind of put out there that one of the things that we do have issues with is waste disposal. So where do we put the waste has been one of the biggest questions and one of the largest challenges that we've had with some of the sites that are further along in the CERCLA process. So that's one of the things that is going to prove to be a challenge for US EPA, Navajo EPA, and for council and for the new incoming administration too. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion, but I don't want us to take away from what we're talking about right now too. So that'll be my response to Shana, and then Chair, back to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shirley. Honorable members of RDC, as well as my colleagues and everybody on the call. I would like to provide a little bit of translation in Navajo. Adanek achikosat the nesta is given na di koto di by yel tito ben hisnahasneke koto the nebanahas has aji now nation EPA bedina. You have an honest your seniki nothing set on chito con hina hormoni aji ya haniara kides inki. Get the harmonigate that hegi height ha the bekend how gedo johast and nature but has co protection hat environmental protection aro Washington there has anagi US EPA there so consent. Please mute your phones. Thank you. Akotide cross and then senigi Nagay Washington DC gun sheet Shido Shitsilla Honorable Brigade or Senator Carlisle Brigade, Mr. Tahi and Vice President Arbatasi US EPA Akotida NPL Hatnego National Priorities List Goti large door late go dash so get it happy door dropping look at you just not but has you had 2 chapters neliki around rock hardly I don't busy nest cove I don't look at you gravity archer Hans so we're saying to chebetino I'd say be has go 80 said so many hata get go RGG at large so on to the national priorities listing. A Kodesh Superfund or Ligeheki Yaha Circla Bedina, a Koila or Liga Circla, no Akonabik yet. Of course, Dihona Ago a Circla or Ligeheki be acronym CERCLA. A Comprehensive Environmental Response. Compensation Liability Act isna or ligeheki a deep such a hans so be kissed dida environment iki a kodokot edo le dida the just say to ha gediki a bedet igi teaching by yel tiki a height out or ne a co beso but don't necessarily compensation do it on even in a hot abe has ani elia a core data has ani elia gi circle 80 high liability nego 80 in Washington has ago shay last slanted and never kaya trust land Chicago gi said so hado got what don't need up in a kana kegone da hicho ka ta e holia a koti koje hot ehki e yahati Hans Sagoshi be ba at honno written releases of hazardous substance or ligeheki e said so the never jail zoli belongs to hit ocean but ispe hadet ehki Hans Sago e debit ada panta ho aki a koti NPL national priorities listing is neniki e kodo the Nebenant and Leniki to the Nebenant and Neniki nal source to listi by December 31st. Neniki a kotidiki koto eshin he president nal source to leto lestida. Edi hot abito John Leniki a copy stoko yaha either. NPL is intended primarily to guide the EPA in determining which sites warrant further investigation. Akoi beso gi shodas eto kwishin saneliki hate on not all katojo not all kahiro but aron as kagi benache eda hojaniki eti benache ahot abe hadato net not a large date but I that arch looked at chika has arch Joe hot ego ebe has ani hatelia di circle be gun etida nave section 9605 yisnene be gun ehun khalati a possible remediation nega remediation niki a remedy hate ebe has edo ne akoto o hot ego o Honel said so hata genda o abandoned aliato o but nadat esje neniki Hago hito geso hit says dik about a bit the honno said so it's adogi hast ehodol nestanege hot di koro benege sahnitla According hata 1950 dan she hot mine alia hataskid Don't lay 1970, 20 years is lately. Say get the both surface and underground extraction. Nego, say get the other hatahaske, door say abacat, says abacat. Hulno go hodalia, a cobatsara hodaholia, a and a rego obatsajo is now. Waste pile that has later contaminated soil of the net says, yeah. Oh, what so at it has lady, but Holoniki said soffits other. A cook de hot abi struck golai hate a benefits gi holland or less. Joe, but other or less, a grant at any hands to go shimben a base or ado banata, or adlag or banata cake or hashed echo or less penny. A cook. Ana relik a chica his arches to office a holia go ebenach to arches ne Hans so that not on it in at the skito less penige. I don't the deep so ki sto eighty say get the ki toholoniki Hans so that andol kato hit adat or next but out of an ehos the nature no and at a long term funding go Kwan's such a hotel just the base of Bahano, the concert so hataske, a could a hotel shin and Nishiki Kodo, Naho Kaden, Lenat Ani, at Legi, Aran, he president Shinal source hate later, hate required long term operations and maintenance. A koi abike dest ill Hansa, Goshin Hotel, Jishiki that a question and Anna Senekido, Aro. National Chinosna chapter officials that Dyson of Agishin Dida what ego D letter walk head go on next at the best as a sabet and hadit I had a neck. All things start from the local level date are eight and baby chain hot igi and hitchy just higi benina a sadiet and hoti at the chapter level is where all this begins. And the process is that the local chapters pass resolutions agreeing to, also proposing that perhaps the chapters need to pass a resolution saying that they agree that the national priorities listing will be to have Lukachikoy Mountain District. No, other best under. Sadbetan hadit ahida hated or late President Janal Sosla up the Haiti land the Shimbi got your no a yoke hot end the onil considered a gate she o Winston go on Habansus case given has station and I not Seneki. I don't hear though Crochet Hassan and honorable members of RDC. Honorable Brigade, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, the one area that again, the next council, Joe, I believe there's 3 of you or 4 of you on here that will be coming back. The Joe, the other effort that we weren't successful in was taking the responsibility away from Region 9. Why is it that the Navajo? That's the thing right there. That's up in not. If the nation had assumed the full responsibility of the situation, with Region 9 being there providing technical assistance, I mean, would have been necessary for Region 9 to wait and see what the Navajo Nation says rather than the nation assuming everything that they'll just need to start working on a lot of these areas. But I mean, that's one thing that the returning delegates really needs to understand. And that's the effort that we've been trying to push, that why be our own Navajo Nation EPA to assume a lot of these responsibility. I mean, why can't the Navajo Nation be at the same level as a regional EPA of the United States government? And we're now even trying to say that establish an office. I mean, why in Flagstaff or why in the bordering town? Why can't it be on the Navajo Nation? I mean, why can't it be within the Navajo Nation EPA office automatically to be there? I mean, it really never got anywhere. I mean, those are some areas that I know we've heard when we had meeting in Shiprock, Crown Point, when we had that field hearings, and again, I'm sure this will be brought up. Should the incoming council be successful in securing the field hearing to be done on Navajo? I mean, let it be not only to be in Window Rock, let it be in the midst of an area such as Cove or Blue Gap or other area, even in the Monument Valley area. Department of Transportation, the Transportation Secretary bridges and other Yego Badahun Street open Sabaha Silbana Nasikish does gives a store. So all what and hadn't could all lapa yes a tio. Obahati Koko. So Yego and let the whist on the door or get it yasti what out a gun long doses out and then you see that's in hot class and sent off. Because Asian crack Yaki, I'm sure will change with the incoming council, and I'm not sure with the new administration. That's another thing, because like I said, I mean, once I'm not going anywhere in this sticky, that I'll be continue to bug a lot of the incoming administration, the new officials, and even the new delegate, that these are the areas that we need to continue to do, to talk about. So as a Navajo Nation, probably from my end, it's going to be a private citizen. At the chapter level, the chapter meeting, the Shinlit up by just to get the door list. So that's one area that I really wanted. Again, I mean, it's just a matter of requesting, make it known that there needs to be a direct relations of an office rather than sometimes it gets complicated. It gets too formal. That's all. Yeah, and I'm sure it's required by the federal government, a nation to nation to sovereign nation. I'm sure they're doing the same thing and working with the governors of each of the state that they work with. I mean, comparing to that, does it take time for a governor to respond? I mean, what's the turnaround for a governor to respond rather than having things to be done for response to take months and months? A lot of time, okay, the whole and then again, this is the purpose of the office that we have at Washington D.C. Usually, sometimes the like the last time, the Travel Interior Budget Council RDC not one of those days that our Navajo Nation Washington office took part in saying that, okay, I mean, how do we help continue? So why is the nation paying so much millions of dollars on a yearly basis for that office where, I mean, a lot of these issues that we deal with are not even being addressed? I don't know. I mean, Chairman, I mean, I'm not. I'm just getting off course here in discussing an issue, but that's a problem that we have within the Navajo Nation. I mean, we're not really lined up to get things done to resolve an issue. Having a direct communication, a line of office being established at Ninigi, that could be very great in some areas. And again, I mean, and you always think that, okay, I mean, the remediation, no, some of these sites will not be, they won't qualify. I mean, seriously, it's a case of the 500 plus sites on the Navajo Nation. Why does the United States government comes back and say that, well, the sites won't qualify for? I mean, the bottom line is that they disturb the land and they extract uranium. Period. I mean, why are they coming back to say that, well, this doesn't qualify to get any fundings or for it to be remediated? It really just bugs you at the same time. I mean, you left it so that you go out and cut the codo. Josh Edo Listo peso did out a Papa Honnet on out there. I mean, I think these are some areas that I think the Navajo Nation really needs to come back and express this particular issue back to our legislatures, our congressmen, to the senator. Okay, Senator, do you represent this particular area? And that's why I kept saying that the council really needs to sit down with the incoming House representative from our area, or maybe he'll be able to accomplish something. Yeah, sometimes you have to throw in a lot of these political maneuvers to really get things done. Sometimes it's just like, okay, it goes into one ear and then goes out to the other ears, which is not on such a case. That's all. Well, I better stop my stressing here, but I'll give it back to you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Let me go back to Navajo EPA and U.S. EPA. Ms. Shirley and Mr. Duncan, your response.
To it does take some time to kind of dive into what Delegate Keelan is proposing. For instance, when I first started, one of the things that was, how would you say, circular delegation was kind of a big thing that was talked about. But looking back and researching and understanding what other states have done so that, you know, you have a path to go forward, there was just the federal law itself does not delegate CERCLA, for instance. There are certain programs that are that can be delegated to states, and then some that can be delegated to tribes. But there are some things that are not delegated out, and CERCLA is one of those laws that we would not be able to get delegated here on the nation. So that required a great deal of research and understanding, and having to collaborate with our Navajo DOJ attorneys and our outside attorneys. But that's just one bit and one small response to Honorable Delegate there. But there is a lot of recommendations that I'm hearing from Delegate, and then again, some that we've had a chance to research, and then some that we haven't had a chance to explore. So, and each one of these recommendations, I can see that there's probably a pros and a con for the Navajo Nation too. Again, let me go back to the CERCLA delegation idea. If we were to be delegated CERCLA, we would still have to dispose of waste in a manner that is outlined within the CERCLA law again. So it really doesn't give Navajo Nation the autonomy to do things outside of the federal CERCLA law. So just wanted to add that bit for this morning. And then Chair, I think you also recognized Mr. Duncan, and I can certainly have Mr. Duncan provide his insights as well too.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Probably the first thing I want to comment on is I didn't, in my comments earlier, I in no way intended to suggest that there would be a lack of funding to address cleaning up abandoned uranium mines on Navajo Nation. As you've heard from me in the past, we currently have funding through enforcement agreements and settlements to take action at more than 230 mine sites on Navajo Nation. And we are working with DOE's DRUM program to look at the balance of the remaining abandoned uranium mines to see if there are other mines that we need to prioritize and take action on. And we will pursue funding just like we did with these mines that we currently have the funding for. And if we can't find a responsible party, we will look to working with Navajo to figure out a path forward on how to secure funding. So by no means are we suggesting that we are not going to continue to be diligent and determined to get funding outside of our appropriated dollars to pay for these cleanups. The second point I wanted to make is that I think Councilman McGay makes a really good point about wanting the Navajo Nation to take more of a lead role in these cleanups. I think US EPA, and in particular Region 9, is committed to that. We have always looked at this effort as a partnership between our co-regulators at Navajo Superfund Program and with Region 9 Superfund Program. We do realize that there are capacity issues, both on both of our ends, but more so on the Navajo Superfund Program end. And we committed in the 10-year plan, the federal 10-year plan, to work with Navajo on a capacity building plan. We met last March with Director Shirley and other members of her agency, as well as leadership within our program at US EPA. And we started the process of putting together a capacity building plan. And we hope to share that with Director Shirley at the end of this month and have a draft plan on how to build capacity. And the hope is that we will follow a plan that allows Navajo Superfund program, Navajo EPA, to continue to build their programs so that they're more robust and they're able to take on more of the responsibilities of doing these cleanups. And through the funding mechanisms of cooperative agreements, we will do our best to finance their role in taking leadership and in these cleanups. So we're committed to that capacity building. It's not something that can happen overnight. I think we're all appreciate the fact that we work within bureaucracies, and that tends to slow things down quite a bit. And I think the other thing that Councilman Begay asked is, how do we do things quicker? And that's a constant question that I ask my staff and my staff work on. And I will say that we are committed to move things down the road this next year. And hopefully all of you will see progress with regards to getting cleanups planned out and decisions made and funding in place to actually implement the cleanups. So I'm hopeful that we'll have an opportunity to talk to Tribal Council throughout the year, provide updates to them, and answer questions they have on the progress that we're making on cleanups. Thank you.
Thank you,
Chair,
Mr.
just to
Warren. Just one moment, Ms. Shirley. Mr. Duncan, when we traveled to Washington, D.C. and met with U.S. EPA staff, they promised a briefing document, a letter that will be sent to Navajo Nation leadership and to make it available also for our communities. And if you would respond to that, we would appreciate that.
Yes, I was just talking with my staff yesterday about that very thing. So we didn't have a deadline, so we're shooting for the end of January as the new council is beginning to get assigned to their committees. So we're hopeful that we'll have a briefing paper along with some fact sheets to share with the committee members and all of you, as well as the new administration. If that date needs to be bumped up, if that's too late for you, please let me know. But if not, we're shooting for the end of January to get that to you. I would actually like to know who we should pass that on to so that it gets to everybody who needs it. And so if there's a point of contact that I can work with or my staff can work with, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. That would be part of what you spoke on as far as capacity building. We look forward to that letter. It would be nice to have that letter prepared now so we can share it with the current RDC members, because my committee members, their communities are also affected out at Ojeto, as well as Cameron and Eastern near Crown Point area. So just want to say that, Mr. Duncan, thank you. Ms. Shirley, back to you.
Sir, I wanted to share with honorable delegates and Chick-A here that US EPA is looking to open an office here on the Navajo Nation. I will look to Mr. Duncan to kind of fill in those details too, but the US EPA has been looking at places to how would you say, lease out to establish an office. So that is something that we anticipate to happen real soon, but it is it just in response to honorable delegates remarks about US EPA and their office here on the Navajo Nation. So
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Let me go to Honorable Daniels. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, what do you say?
Oh.
Okay. Thank you very much. So my colleagues, this morning, thank you for the prayer this morning. I'd like to thank also the presenters, Navajo Nation EPA, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Mr. Duncan, thank you for joining us this morning. Throughout the Navajo Nation, we have abandoned mines. When was it? Several months ago, we did a tour. We did a site tour in the Monument Valley, Utah, Arizona. Back in the 50s, that was one of the biggest mines. Moonlight Mine, and also Monument Number 2 is located in Cane Valley. Those two were the biggest mine on the Navajo Nation. So Arunana Kwato o Yego Dab Bahnaidito Kili Hello Arunana, the incoming council, the 25th council. They need to be educated on a lot of these things. The issues and concerns that we're facing with all them, that our Navajo people are facing every day with Beneka in Monument Valley. That's one of the reasons why for the tour that they did with the boat, which we did. I want to thank my colleagues for the RDC. So I see for them. When we were out, when we were touring, Shina, AIC and Mr. Daryl Yazi. Adin Dakota Ajuda in Nish AML in Michigan tour than Hill Lago. We looked at the sites, the abandoned mine, and some of those mines, it really needs attention. And I believe these mines out here should be a priority too. In other areas throughout the Navajo Nation, the whole Navajo Nation should be a priority, not just a certain location, but the whole Navajo Nation. Abandoned mines, the old abandoned uranium mines. Our people are still suffering. They're suffering every day, especially our elders. I see back in the 50s. I don't know what they see. When those mines were being abandoned, some of us, we were raised in these areas. Even not the Snise. I see we get hit a knee. Go get hit a knee. Did it? What's a canon his hand? What's a canon his hand? We really need to do something. We really need to put our foot down. To the United States government. I guess I need the Nigon Hin could see Nigon Hin the Castle. What are they being on the Nako? What are they? how with the North Sea. I don't should say that one day. He's been stressing this for 4 years. Not today. I see a tagi in no. The guy in that every meeting, I hear him. Or she hoins and what or she at the tearwins and her. But could they at all leban eight? What are the disadvantages? They are the Ibanite dish. I know there's going to be funding. I know there's going to be funding. Are we going to be competing for those funding? Ibanite dish kitoles. I don't know. Irresponsible parties. Which process is faster? Responsible party or Kwajiki Haidila. But I know what to saw. 4 years not old. 4 years old was not Scotland. I done that. Fish has Anya not a $3. At Celestate has Stagi not a $3. This election, there was a lot of promises that were made by some of the candidates. Within certain days, we really need to work together to address a lot of these issues for our Navajo people. Of course, she was about this case. When we were out in Manama Valley, there's certain areas that are not being addressed to this day. There's an area just south of the visitor center, Manama Valley Visitor Center. There's a mesa. It's called Mitchell Mesa. Right on top there used to be a landing strip. Not be a mine up there. And the best that is hard. When the wind blows, onto our Navajo people that are living inside the valley, Manama Valley. The same with that Skyline mine. And the Shinoyavache, now it go and Bendas the Slante. Not a net, they called Edio Ibashin Ecuador. So, Quado Shaban, this case, the whole Navajo nation should be a priority. These abandoned mines, uranium mines. So, Edio Tabahasito, Ecuador, Mr. Chair, I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Ms. Shirley and Mr. Duncan, you may respond.
Thank you, Chair. Yet Shana Mary Keshkan Esto. Lahad de Chegit Esto. Shana Eha. So let me start off with your you asked a question about disadvantages of what the NPL site, having the Luke Ojibwe Mountain as an NPL site. One of the very little experience I have with working with Superfund site is the Lay Northeast Church Rock, the Benachigo, the UNC site is a Superfund site. So that's one that is there within the Navajo Nation. And then now we're thinking about the Luke Ojibwe Mountains. And then to to speak freely, Shana, I think one of the things that I have in the back of my mind is that it's going to take a little bit longer again. If we start to look at groundwater contamination and we look at the whole site, and we're taking on 12 additional sites, I anticipate that it's going to be a little bit longer to do all of these investigation and remedial work. So that's just one to note. And I don't anticipate any hindrance, meaning that Cypress AMAX is out there, Tronics is out there, and they've already gone through their RSCs, their removal site evaluation. So I can see that going forward. But if we're going to add on groundwater contamination, it's going to be a lot longer. So just to say that as far as a disadvantage, or it is an advantage too, because we are looking at groundwater instead of just addressing the source, as Mr. Duncan said, we're also looking at groundwater dole. So that's a disadvantage and also an advantage of what the NPL will bring to the Lukajugay Mountains. And then one of the things that I do have to note, and something that I have to go in with my eyes wide open, is that this is another action that I don't want to say that we won't have any say in it, but the final decision will rest with US EPA. How the remediation happens and how the disposal will happen, that decision will rest with US EPA. And from Navajo, we can make recommendations and we can say, we can consult, we can provide comments, but the final decision making will rest with US EPA. So that's one to definitely note, is that, yeah, we're getting help, but it's going to be at the final decision will rest with the federal government too. And then the other thing too, that I kind of, I don't know whether it's going to be a problem or not, but I know that, for instance, in Cameron, it was hard to get certain projects off the ground because of the contamination or the different abandoned uranium mines nearby. So I hope, and this was one that I didn't get a chance to research, but I don't know how this Superfund site will impact, for instance, the purchasing or selling of beef and livestock. So a audit go yo I just said so basket and a audit the bego da so snila yeah that I worry about that a little bit, and then just worried that some people might think of it as though the whole area is contaminated, but it's that's kind of the worry that I have, is that stigma that the community might face because of the Superfund site. But on the other hand, the idea or the long-term goal is to remediate and to make it protective. So that's the main thing to look towards, is that whatever actions are taken, it is progressing towards that remediation and that protection for our people out there. So that's what I wanted to note for the disadvantages. And then as far as the responsible party versus having a site listed as an NPL site, I don't have enough knowledge to speak to that one. So I will pun that off to Mr. Duncan to answer. I don't know how or which way or which is faster, having a responsible party do the work or having a site listed on the NPL site. And then here at Navajo EPA, one of the things that we've started is to, we had several of your new colleagues, your new delegates come and ask us for orientation. So that's what we're going to schedule here out to January, mid-January. We plan to have those one-on-one sit-down orientations with the delegates that have come and requested that. And I extend the invitation to Shana there, Delegate Herman Daniels, if you want to, please let us know if you'd like to kind of get a closer look at your area, and we can certainly schedule something for that too. And then one of the things that I will be leaving with Mr. Warren Roan is a white paper. So we were working on a white paper. President had asked us to draft up a white paper looking at how we could change or recommend certain federal statutes or certain guidances to be changed to allow for our work to be a little bit faster. And it has taken me a good bit of time, but that's one that still needs to be completed. And I will leave that with Mr. Warren Roan to see through with the new administration. So with that, Chair, can I allow for Mr. Duncan to provide some insight as far as the RPM versus NPL and whatever I might have missed? Would like to give him that opportunity to provide comments, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate all the points that Honorable Councilmember Daniels brought up. They're all great points. And so I'll try to focus on some of the things that, and there's very few that Director Shirley didn't already answer. So the big one, I think, is which process is faster. With regards to what we're doing for abandoned uranium mines on Navajo Nation, putting the Luka Chukai Mountain Mining District on the NPL will not impact our current schedule to address sources of contamination from those mine sites that will be included in that listing process. So we are working with settlement monies. You guys know of the Tronics settlement. So we're working with those monies as well as working with Cypress AMAX to address 66 of those mines that are currently in that listing. Those will continue to move forward, and we will continue to use our non-time critical removal authorities to address the cleanup at those mines. By listing the site, we will, as Director Shirley suggested, we'll have access to funding to address groundwater. And these are issues that we are currently, they're not part of our agreements, but it is our intention to address groundwater at each of these sites if we need to. And so we will go back to responsible parties and negotiate for those investigations and potential remedial actions to be taken. But those will be separate from the actions that we're currently working on. With regards to the question for competing for funding, as I mentioned before, we're not looking to the NPL process as a source of funding. We know that it'll be there if we need it, but we have clear, we've had clear precedent of using responsible parties as well as the U.S. government to finance and do these cleanups. And we will continue to work on that path to make sure that that's how we pay for these cleanups. But if we do need that funding, it will be available. We will have to compete with other sites throughout the United States for that funding. And so to that question of, are we competing for that funding? The answer is yes. But what I would like to try to assure people of is that we're not in need of that funding at this time. We've got a path forward to collect the funding we need from responsible parties in the U.S. government, and we could hope to continue that process. And then again, I think with regards to the Mitchell Mesa and the Skyline Mine. I have not heard of Mitchell Mesa, which doesn't mean that it's not something that's currently in our portfolio to address. It's just the name hasn't come up to me before. The Skyline Mine is a mine that we've taken action on in the past. We did a large removal action in 2011 or I think it was 2011 to take material on top of the mesa that had fallen over the side and into an area where people were living. That material was removed, but a more larger in-depth investigation of where the mine site is, as well as that area that was impacted down below the mesa, will continue to move forward. That will be done by our program using appropriated dollars, because we're looking to try and address that area as a specific priority, which was identified early on by Navajo Nation and US EPA. So to the extent that that will help address some of the concerns that Council Member Daniels has with the winds blowing material up on top of the Skyline Mine Mesa, our hope is to address that in a way that you don't have to have those concerns moving forward. And I think that's all I would have to throw out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels, do you have a follow-up question?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you very much. From the Navajo Nation, Washington, Anini, Klinigi, Oshiba, they told us, I've met this look at a 24th council. We're past the 11th hour. Oh, I see. Which is that one? Just as long as that's a quite a quick Kanye had to be. A call, Quadona Gate, that 25th council, the Hanana, Kaushin, with Edo, Little Aronana Quado, giving updates to the 25th council, the new 25th council orientation. I would really appreciate that. Quadona. With Shirley, other Quadona Gate, I see Ben the deal cushion point with a bit of Baban Saha kiss, Baban Fee kiss, the Quinny Ashin or a Quadona Gate, if they're going to address them, a Cocade and the Gate, the mine way, Fide Ayen, a Quadona Gate, you stick with the bold cut or left either. The red uranium, the abandoned mine back in the 50s, uranium mining happened. What affected them? The surface, Adonana, the underground water. Edo, the Spanish times. I see by years, Tito, little phone call. I call Annie, and a great Schogi, Yada, the house. In my region, what I did, some of the mines, the abandoned mines, they're on top of these mesas. So somehow it affected the groundwater. So what that, I see what about the people let it go. So anything about it, Mr. Chair, idiot. I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Daniels. To have further discussions on the underground water contamination and how to address it. Ms. Shirley, if you would start focusing on areas like that and provide some very important information that not only leadership needs to know on the council, but as well as the new council and the chapter officials at these local communities where abandoned mines are located, Ms. Shirley.
Honorable Chair, yes, we can certainly do that, and we do have some data that we can certainly start from. One of the data gaps is we don't have a lot of data on some areas that have potential groundwater. So it is and I know US EPA also feels that that is a huge data gap when it comes to addressing abandoned uranium mines. But yes, Chair, we can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Good morning, Sanata. Can you hear me? Chairman?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, here you go. Good morning, Sanata, colleagues, staff, as well as Ms. Shirley. Good morning to you and your team as well, and my other colleagues on the line, all those on this discussion. And thank you to my brothers asking these questions, these very important questions as well. And I was just thinking about the time we went on this tour to Ojeto, and standing at one point, standing on contaminated soil and asking the question if it was harmful. These were from the 50s and 60s. The soil was still heavily contaminated. And I asked this question to US EPA, what would happen if you stood there all day? It could probably hinder your organs. Some of your hair might fall out. It's just questions or answers like that really, like, how did it ever get to this juncture? How did it ever get to this point that we allowed the U.S. government not to fix and clean up what they did? And then the other one that comes to mind was that that cliff where we saw all the tailings being dumped over the cliff. That's never been cleaned up as well. And just to listen to my brother and to see that portion of Mitchell Mesa where a cable is still there, you can see it with your eyesight. The cabling from the top of that mesa down through a little crevice to the bottom, that cabling is still there with a little tower on top if you look very closely. And this is just right next to the Monument Valley park entrance. And I was just like, wow. And it really was an educational experience for me as well to see this. I know with RDC, we at one time, or we had planned to come out to our area out here in Eastern Navajo. And here in Crown Point, we have actually, I heard there's a mine shaft down by the churches that's about 3,000 feet deep. There was some movement down there too. So I kind of want to ask Navajo EPA to check that out, because I was getting some reports there was some cleanup going on down there too. We don't know what was going on down there, but there was some trucks and some heavy equipment down there. As a RDC, we had planned to come out to Eastern Navajo and do a tour out here too. I wish we had that opportunity to do so. This whole area is just filled with uranium, and I think of the Beacon Bistai ridge that's just to the south of us, and that whole area, starting from Church Rock, what happened there, but also, we were supposed to go to Mariano Lake, Casimiro Lake, and then of course Haystacks, and those were supposed to be in conjunction with US EPA as well. I don't know who the new delegate's going to be from Eastern Navajo, but I know myself and Ms. Shirley and some of my colleagues won't be back. But US Navajo EPA, if you could really work with the Eastern delegate from this region, or whoever is going to be on RDC for, just to kind of start addressing that as well, because some attention needs to be brought back to these sites out here, and brought forth to the attention of US EPA. The other kind of concern that I had was around tronics, and I hope we're able to get some assistance finally from the U.S. government related to that. And I hope that they continue, if they are, to continue working with Navajo Nation on the cleanup. And, you know, I know at one time, this whole situation with Tronics was, it was not very good. So I hope it's a little bit different now. It sounds like it might be, but I hope that continues to be if it's so. We have over 500 sites on Navajo. And, you know, I just think of how the impacts throughout the years have made to our people. We got to continue this fight. Always fight the good fight, Shanata. Always fight the good fight, staff. And doing it in a very good way that stands for our people. You know, and the other thing I wanted to mention too was, I know this is not on the topic, but illegal dump sites. We have a lot of illegal dump sites out here. I think of N11, N11, and that canyon, the road that comes down the canyon right here. There's an abundance of illegal trash dumping right there in that area, and that unfortunately is on allotted land. So that falls into the jurisdiction of BIA. I think a real focus on the next administration, whoever that might be, really needs to focus is on illegal dump sites in the Navajo. And, you know, for us, unfortunately, we have a huge disadvantage always. And out here in Eastern, because of the checkerboard. And, you know, it's not always Navajo land, you know, maybe private, state, executive order, allotments, tribal trusts, tribal fee, you know, we're 23 different land statuses. So, you know, we have to ensure that the new council really continues this fight, especially for us out here in Eastern Navajo, and continues these efforts, because this at one point was the focal point of uranium. This was I can't imagine how much uranium was converted to plutonium from here during the Manhattan Project days. I think of that history, what was done here in this area, especially Church Rock. But you know, those are my comments, Chairman, and I appreciate the report. Miss Shirley, thank you for all your work as well. Thank you for everything that you did during your tenure as executive director. I know sometimes it may not be, you know, you may not feel like you're making movement, but you know, thank you for all your hard work and dedication to our Navajo people and the Navajo Nation. You know, sometimes a thank you is not, you don't hear that enough. And we get chastised as leaders, we get criticized as leaders, we get everything as leaders. But a simple thank you goes a long way. And that's always good to hear. And we just want to say thank you, Ms. Shirley, for your work and your dedication to the Navajo people and the Navajo Nation. You know, you will be missed, and you know, I hope we have a lot of work ahead of us. Yes, I want to wish the 25th Nomination Council all the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Ms. Shirley?
Yeah, to Delegate Freeland, and my thoughts to you are that I'm sure that I feel as though some of the communities didn't know exactly all that you do too, meaning that I so enjoyed working with you as well, and to all of our honorable members, RDC Isheha, for your support to Navajo EPA. Our budgets and things that were needed, you were there to help us. And I do want to thank you all, Shananta and Delegate Freeland, for his comments. And then in response to to Delegate Freeland's, I'm not sure exactly where you're talking about as far as the activities that you're referring to here today. I don't know if you want to have me call you earlier, or if you want to clarify, I can kind of elaborate on some of the activities that are happening in Eastern. And Eastern is in a way, it's I don't want to say it's forgotten. it's one of the areas that we were focused a great deal on. And the main thing that was kind of hindering any progress in that area is, where do we put the waste? Eastern is very developed, and for myself, I can't see a disposal site right in the middle of some of these populated areas. So it's very hard for me to imagine that. And just because every single bit of the land out in Eastern and in other areas of the Navajo Nation, you know, even ourselves, you know, we need homes and places to live. So the challenge in Eastern is waste disposal. And in October, US EPA, and along with other federal partners, having them come to the table and wrestle with that question was a good start. I do look to, again, Warren and also Mr. Duncan to continue those discussions with the federal partners this coming year and going forward, because all of the federal government has to answer, you know, these questions. It can't just be US EPA always that we look to and say, what are you going to do? I mean, it has to be BIA at the table. There has to be even the Bureau of Land Management, and also the Department of Energy has to be at that table to ask and to answer that question of what can we do with the waste. So, but wanted to add that bit to Delegate Freeland's comments, and just wanted to say that Eastern isn't left behind. It is actually going, it's the mine sites there are progressing a lot further than any other place on the Navajo Nation. But the question is, what do we do with the waste? So, but again, Delegate Freeland, thank you. And then I can certainly call you later on or text you later on, asking you to elaborate on that location that you mentioned, but happy to address it here too. With that, Chair, I stand for questions or any other comments, sir.
Since we're on a special meeting, Honorable Freeland, could you elaborate on that? Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shirley, as well. The area that I'm speaking of is N11, and that's where the illegal dump site is. It's actually a route that comes from, actually it's over by the, just east of the fairgrounds or the rodeo grounds here in Crown Point. It runs north and south. It's the shortcut to Mariana Lake. And from the Mariana Lake side, it is paved about 3 miles. And then when you get to the top of the ridge, of course, the road is dirt, but when you come down the ridge is where all the illegal dump site is. There's a lot of trash. I did mention it to our superintendent out here for Eastern, Lester Sosi. So I guess what we need to do is have a collaboration meeting on jurisdiction and he mentioned that was an allotment land, as well as maybe include the chapter, Crown Point chapter as well, and start these discussions because, you know, I think it's so important that this gets addressed. And how do we educate our Navajo people, or how do we hold our Navajo people accountable who do such acts or, you know, do such things? What do we need to do? You know, I imagine these are happening in the middle of the night, or I don't know, happening times when no one's around, but something needs to be done. Thank you for bringing up the BLM too. I forgot about the BLM and Department of Energy, but mainly BLM. We did a cleanup a few years back at Baka Pruitt, and that site was cleaned up in conjunction with Senator Heinrich's office, as well as BLM and the chapter and the BIA, of course, Navajo Nation too. But that area that we cleaned up or helped dispose of trash was BLM land. So, you know, I don't mind helping clean up if I have to. I'll put a pair of gloves on and, you know, I'll do it as a, you know, until January 10th, I'm a delegate, but afterward, January 10th, I'm going to be a community member. And I did tell my chapter I'm going to be very active on those chapter calls, so get ready. But I don't mind doing that as a community member now. I really think that we need to keep this area clean. And it's that area that I'm speaking of. You come down the canyon, if you're driving from the south side, it's very pristine, and you can look north and you can see the snow-capped mountains of Colorado off in the distance. You can see Shiprock from there. You can see the whole Chusca Range from there, that as far as you can see. You can see the Jemez Mountains off to the east towards Cuba. It's just a pristine area, and it's a very beautiful area that you can look to the north and see a lot of landscape. But you look on the side of the road and you see trash being illegally dumped. And that's what's the hard part about this whole scenario and whole situation, is that, this is happening in our area as well. And I'm sure it does happen in all areas of the Navajo Nation, but unfortunately with our area, it's who has the jurisdiction is the issue. And that's what the hard part is. So N11 runs north and south. It's about 7 miles long. The route is just to the east here in Crown Point. I am in Crown Point. It's just to the east of here, a little past the airstrip, or before you get to the runway, the airport, Crown Point International Runway, before you get to our airstrip down there. So, Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go to Honorable Vice Chair Walker. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Chairman, committee members, the staff, the audience that we have this morning on our RDC special meeting. The report, Director Shirley, Mr. Duncan, your report presented to RDC this morning. I want to just make a few comments here. I agree with questions and concerns posed by RDC members with the various concerns that they have, some of the specific locations of the issues that they're relating to. Some of them, of course, as delegates, we know more about our respective areas, the chapters that we represent, the communities, and the people, the residences. So I would not be too familiar with some of the residences and some of the community members out in Eastern, but we do have the information on the mapping of all the abandoned uranium mines, the cleanup remediation activities, of course, through the reports of from U.S. EPA and Navajo EPA. Whatabnan Shidik 2022 adokat khaini digi pinane kha or tati sahot kutahot aho eda ne na shidalia or adole shin adaho ne na shin italia do sadahotza at and nan shin khado nahoti khagi ati ko ibahint eko not only to hosting what are you the bantas case a quite gift a wheel now. I called sped a husband a very archer a cash into I did not shot the Nebana Shaggy A. Cameron by about also Coleman Canyon though not Kiko Austin the Abishahot zo. I called the quent the Jean. That's the data. But the so hata gent coal mine je at happy ye. What end the map the teacher can it about when on the what she that the coal mine je hot and the hot it Cameron you got it agite hot and hello by yet to map in the the bakat on late the nebel carried and the neban de craigie eight up thousand what after the by yesterday get the two communities and location of abandoned mines. So it's always identified or referenced as within the community of Cameron, while a majority is over in coal mine. That is a concern. I don't know how I don't know the history as to how it got that way. We do know in our area down there, out west in that region, there are overlapping services of chapter governmental services. So in that area are served by either chapters. But the maps, depending on whose map you're looking at, you're either in coal mine, you're either in Cameron. So with respect to the EPA services provided and their attention to details, Halita do speda hasn't the Kaya. Ajigo Shinti let Sohata Geta. Aquenda do speda hasn't the Lacho Joil. Ko edit Bahasito, little what ego. Do e sa when snow the Joe. Johajodo le Jonitson. A Joan Hata Inish. A Jonti in the has digi Naha Bahwin, the set Sohata Geta. A Jeda Hodornish. Haito Hato Hajota, the Dodne, Edo Dabik Edavadiot, Nigi, Jade a Hajodo Little Joko Kaya, Tao Jihiki, but now has under Hajo, Hajo, Bak dozens and Yat, Ecuador, Nihin hidden, Tagahot Zando had Lisa, Navajo EPA, Ado US EPA, and later at local level, the other A, Jade Auto. I guess in the times we're going through certainly transitions because of elections. So incoming leaders and then outgoing leaders, we will see that transition. We will experience that change. At the local level, though, every 4 years, communities also go through that change and that transition, which is necessary. Although with office holders, EPA no doubt is subject to changes like that also, as well as the U.S. EPA, all the way to the White House and Congress. See these changes, and that's necessary. That's part of our society, and that. But how that affects issues like the environmental issues, the environmental justices that we're needing here, it does impact that. It does affect that. In the meantime, remaining constant are our residents, our people. They live there. They've been living there for generations. What they can hit it's not hitcha. So what do tika benan shikishin hanzago but that is. So what they can lead is nana kajitati. Akota needle is not dena had not dena had that's that. It's okay. Not chitad and not suicide as that in Yanda idol is it. Or church in Trago, na hot it all. A benash also dancing, but that there's a shot at the hot remediation projects. It also yeah, or Ashaben Saskis given or Dabehas, it or the Quashabe not eight or the snow, the Schneider. Not only as you can not cut or the snow, the Schneider. Churchaban Saskis, the Dawid Neben Nation. The nether equines and the snow shade the snow. Adi national equit it over to the sound. But echo Ado Hajo Lakaya. Benan hit out she done so. But I at the Sabe had this not only chairman or committee members, though quite presenters though aha Zihoshin so yet eto little tapenti Obaha Sido little Ditnan it Atibani Kili Gina Anzago Hilda Silna Celine Nakoditching at Diti Sanikin il Sugotlan Sachigo in Anjana Hatle. Ado Tahota Ilon, the Koshinat, and the Ajota, nowadays. So, one of my local chapters is having their chapter meeting for December, and they're asking for the exit report. Not on it, no, so non speak at Leo, Joko in not Banahan had ye, Ado that's had ye at that's what it's very, very important for some of us to provide that closure report to our community members. But all our meetings are certainly important, and they are all time very well spent on my part. What echo? Adon yaha o tasata don zago o hilta hoile redon senda. Asada net teheki yego illa. Kanal sospaka the legislation. Asada ani yego pohni yego ibenach adole panahodot inlot di yadilki di johot avanzas kishinat ani. Because this is time well spent, and the advocacy I could hear is clear and strong. It represents the knowledge that we all gained within these past 4 years. With that precision and that effective representation and advocacy that leaders provide. Resource development committee members, Director Shirley, that Hananish, Oshin, but Adoshin, Orange, Ado, Nanish, Adoshin, but Hadi, Tahagi, Yat Ehoshinan, Anan Ido, the Hananish, when the Hawk, yeah, but Echo, Ado, Bahado, Sichudo, I usually had another deal. What more can we do? There's possibilities that we could have done more, certainly. At the end, like my chief from Eastern delegate Freeland, and then as a private citizen, I think we have responsibility now, since we have the information, the awareness, the knowledge of certain issues in our communities. If we possess that, then we are in a position of responsibility. We should act. We should be present. We should continue based on what we've learned, what we've gained. No, Chairman Nez, give back to you. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Let me give some time back to Ms. Shirley.
Thank you, Chair. Shana yaha ne zado hashin togo na entiendo na hat atis agilo de benebiajan yaha. First, allow me to go back to Honorable Delegate Freeland. Koegi Ilzeyahi Gehegi Koegi Yahatsi, and I am familiar with that road that you're talking about. And there is sa asyugo ahut a timpaho ahut Ilzeyahi Gehlane And then as far as jurisdiction is concerned, I know that that was something that I was working on with Miss Cheryl Curley. I do want to say that Miss Curley, she was just a good resource there with BIA, and her reaching out and organizing these meetings certainly helped us. And to tack on to that discussion, I also wanted to mention that US EPA and IHS have a memorandum of understanding that we have been encouraging lately. Dr. Pearl Yellowman and I have had at least 1-2 meetings with US EPA, IHS, and the idea behind that is to try to do illegal dump cleanups, and then maybe in a way also address the waste disposal problems that we've been having in Eastern. So I do want to put that on your, and just kind of put it out there for my honorable delegates this morning, that US EPA and IHS, they do have a memorandum of understanding to address illegal dumping here on the Navajo Nation and in other tribal territories as well too. But I really think that IHS has been missing from that discussion for a long time. So when it comes to putting those items out there for you all to have on your radar in the next in your next term of your leadership, and hold IHS and US EPA accountable to address some illegal dumping here on the Navajo Nation. And then to pivot to Shana's questions and remarks, we'll certainly take a look at our maps. Those are some very good points, and to make sure that we have our chapter boundaries correct, and that we are putting AUMs in the right chapter not in the right chapter boundaries, but identifying the AUMs and making sure that we have our chapters correct when we identify these abandoned uranium mines in Western. And then I'm sure Mr. Duncan will do the same too, and we'll take a look at our maps to make sure that any AUMs that are within the coal mine chapter boundaries will be sure to identify as coal mine as well too. I remember there was one time that I was out there and I had one lady get on my case about saying I'm in coal mine chapter, and Cameron Jin so I do remember being told that at one time when I was doing some visits out there. And then just to mention that we'll certainly keep pushing the environmental injustice portion of what we do here and bringing to light the injustices here on the Navajo Nation to our federal partners too. So that's something that I have noted here for myself. So Chair, I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Honorable Stewart, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Vice Chair Aroshanaka, auto staff, so this morning, auto report in the Ms. Shirley and Mr. Duncan, so thank you. One area, Mr. Duncan, I think that as a part of in the future for the community members are impacted by these cleanups, uranium cleanups that continue to happen, is that when we were out visiting these chapters, these areas, especially in my older brother Herman Daniel's area, we met with family members out there that were impacted health-wise with the aftermath of the uranium. And one concern that they brought forward to us was that there was no way to help them with their health issues that they face. And that's one thing, I think that for our Navajo people, that that live in these affected areas, affected communities, that not only for the land, but also for the individuals that live there, the family members that live there, the grandchildren, that to this day still have to deal with certain issues, health issues that go through that. Right now, we see on TV, commercials from Camp Lejeune. You were stationed out there from this time to the 1980s. You and your offspring and your grandchildren, may have been affected. Stuff like that. I would like to see something like that looked into as well, to see what can be done for our Navajo people in those areas. That's one thing I just want to mention. But again, thank you for the report, and thank you for what has been done. Thank you to the employees that have done a lot, despite what has been going on within the leadership there, that continue to do their best, especially the AML program that has contributed a lot of their efforts to helping us during our tours as well. So that's just what I want to say, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Ms. Shirley?
Thank you, Chair. And then to respond to Honorable Delegate Stewart's question on a comprehensive health study, and I can certainly pivot and punt this off to Mr. Duncan too. But just to mention that within the 10-year plan that is proposed, IHS again has a responsibility to help with that element, meaning that they have some goals that they have set to continue to help the Navajo people with health issues related to abandoned uranium mines. Chair, I wonder if we could have Mr. Duncan kind of elaborate or add to what I have here today. So,
Mr. Duncan?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have much to add. I appreciate the words of Council Member Stewart. Having met with communities in their homes to talk about issues that the mines raise in their families and the impacts that they've lived with, and certainly my involvement in the contaminated structures program that I have worked in the past with Navajo Superfund program, Vivian Craig and others. I hear those concerns that you have. I've heard it from those family members as well. And I share your urgency to try and do something that will make a difference for those folks who've been impacted and continue to be impacted. EPA is very focused on, addressing the environmental and human health impacts from the mine sites. So our mission is to clean up that contamination. And as it goes to addressing long-term health issues, and as Director Shirley brought up, a comprehensive health study, that's out of our lane, and we would look to our federal partners like IHS to pick that mission up and move forward with it. And we will do our best to continue through the 10-year plan coordination with the federal partners to encourage IHS to try and do more with regards to linking uranium mining to some of these long-term health issues that are experienced by the impacted communities. So thank you. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm thinking about ways we can do more to address that urgency, and I will continue to do that with my program leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart, do you have a follow-up question?
Not at this time, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions before I go to my other colleagues?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
I'm not going to take too much of your time, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, years back, they did a film in Monument Valley, that little documentary. The return of the Navajo boy. That didn't know he in skyline mine. So it was that don't know so Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Daniels. At this time, I'm going to open the floor up to our colleagues. First on the list, I'll have Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, Shanala, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you very much, RDC, for your leadership on this issue. And thank you, Chairman Nez Shanala, for permitting me to speak this morning. I have a couple questions. So I mentioned I'm the delegate who represents Round Rock and Mukachukai on the council. And when the information was made available to me that there was the proposed listing on the Superfund priority listing, it was after most of the planning meetings have been conducted for the month of December. And so I guess if there is a need for some sort of local support for this, at this time, I've notified all of my leadership and received positive responses, but haven't received anyone local saying that they are opposed to the designation and opposed to Navajo pursuing this. I think it'd be helpful if EPA could potentially present at a Cheska Regional Council meeting. And that's something that we could convene to get local resolutions of support for the designation. At this point, I don't think we'll be able to get chapter resolutions from both chapters before the December 31st sort of deadline or time frame, just because both chapters have already conducted their chapter meetings for the month of December. But we could get the leadership for both of those chapters to support a resolution. And that'd be the 5 chapters within my district, of course, including Round Rock and Mukachukai. So I would offer that, but I would need assistance from Navajo Nation EPA to help walk through the particulars. Now, going to the particulars, I know that EPA has been contacting the chapters and explaining that they were doing assessments this fall, that there would be subsequent assessments. And I would like to know, I think there's like 3 or 4 sites that they've designated within Round Rock. It is my understanding that maybe the majority of them did not have a designated responsible party. And so that's why this is important. And then up within, say, the Mukachukai area and that service unit, I'm curious to know what is the percentage of sites or the number of sites out of the whole that don't have responsible parties. And those are a little bit more on the details that I would like to understand. But right now, I mean, as the elected leaders representing those communities to support the designation, I think it opens up funding that otherwise would not be available. You mentioned that there's the state match. And I think I understood correctly that for tribes and for the Navajo Nation, there will not be a required match under this potential funding. So I think those are my questions right now, and I guess my voice of support, but there does need to be some more outreach at the local level, and I'm happy to help facilitate that, whether it's directly with myself and my chapters, or if RDC would like to be involved and have some sort of special meeting or leadership session, or just be invited to the Cheska Regional Council meeting. And we could get those closer to, I think realistically, we could have it next week. I'm not sure we could have it this week. And I support I think the proposed letter that RDC was going to send to the president. And the last thing I'd say is Ms. Shirley Shanella, what is the official statement from the Nez Lizer administration on this at this point? Because I think you're the highest ranking official representing the administration, and I would like to understand precisely what the position is, so that if there's advocacy that I can do, or that my chapters can do, or that we can notify the president or yourself, then we'd like to do that. So thank you, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Shirley, your response?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah. And to Honorable Delegate Slater, thank you. I so appreciate your questions, and as always, they're concise and challenging questions. So thank you for that. One of the things that I have noted here is that we will, so right now, the request from US EPA to Honorable President is a letter of concurrence. And so and then once the letter of concurrence is issued to US EPA, they will proceed to propose the Luke Ejigay Mining District on the Federal Registry. And at that time, there will be, the opportunity will be there for your constituents, for the chapters, and for the Navajo Nation, and even for the council to once again voice their thoughts, whether it's in support or in opposition. There will be another round of support to offer if that's what you would like. So that's one. It certainly doesn't have to be right now. So right now the focus is on getting that concurrence letter back to US EPA. But I'm sure that we wouldn't mind, we being Honorable President wouldn't mind including some of these letters of support or any statements that are offered by anyone at this time. I'm sure that that's something that he wouldn't mind doing. And as far as the official statement is concerned, we are having our outside counsel draft up this letter for President's signature. And the official statement, or what is provided in that draft letter, is that President is in support of pursuing this proposal to have the Luke Ejigay Mining District listed on the NPL. So that would be my response to the official statement, and then gathering of or scheduling a meeting. And we can certainly work with you, Delegate Slater, to do some outreach to your community members and to the chapters to get all on the same page. So that certainly can be done. I will email you here to ask for your assistance to get that done. And then there was also a question about sites that do not have a responsible party. So the Luke Ejigay Mining District, the way it is proposed right now, has 88 AUM sites. And then of the 88 sites, there's 12 sites that do not have responsible parties or do not have some kind of settlement that covers them. So it would be 12 out of the 88. And as far as percentage goes, I would have to calculate that, but it's 12. And then from my recollection, there are 4 sites that fall within the Round Rock chapter boundaries. And of those 4 sites, I know that one site, for instance, is covered under the Tronic sites, under the Tronic settlement. And I don't know offhand exactly what those other 4 sites are called, or whether or not they have responsible parties. So we can certainly get that information over to you after the call. And then the other thing that I have noted here is your question on whether or not there will be a match from the Navajo Nation. States have that 10% match, but for us here on the Navajo Nation, from the tribe, there would be no match, no monies to put forth towards the Superfund efforts at Luke Ejigay Mining District, if that's the way we proceed. So Chair Nez, I can certainly stand for questions. And if I'm unclear, please let me know too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Shanella, Honorable Slater, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I have the same recollection, and I was trying to find the papers over here in my house, but there's 4 in Round Rock. I think, yeah, 1 was covered under Tronics, and then of those 3 remaining, I believe one of them, I don't know if it's a responsible party that's officially been recognized, but for some reason, I understood that for one of those sites, there was a named mining company, but really no way to recoup anything from them in terms of remediation. So, and then I think the other 2, I don't know what the technical term is, but wildcatting, I really have no idea, but they are sort of removed up in the mountains. And for those of you who saw my little photo on the Zoom, it's above those buttes on the mesa. And I just want us to do everything we possibly can to restore land because it's very sacred back there. And there's a lot of stories and there's a lot of important history, and we shouldn't leave it unsettled like this. And then you don't need to answer this now, but when you do come back, this is one of the things within the Lukachukai chapter service unit. That's where I want to know what's covered and what's not covered, where there's responsible parties and not. It's just so we're prepared to speak with the community. But I do want to recognize that you have been reaching out to the communities. This has been brought up at chapter meetings. The potential for the Superfund designation hadn't been raised yet, but it did provide a level of education to chapter leadership and local community members where people had distant recollections of things taking place and relatives, but some of these sites, because they were so remote, hadn't been really touched or addressed, and they were forgotten, and we need to make sure that there aren't ongoing health impacts from them. So, and I look forward to communicating with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Ms. Shirley?
Chair, we'll certainly be in touch with delegates later and then get his questions answered. And we can, I know that we have the information. It's just a matter of having to sort through the 520 plus AUM sites and then extracting the information requested, sir. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shirley. Recommendation that I would have for you would be to visit all 3 chapters, Round Rock, Lukachukai, as well as Cove, and just provide some information as to what this MPL is all about. So at this time, I'll go to Honorable Chair Shamayaja on Amber Kenneth Crotty. You have the floor. Honorable Crotty. *6 to unmute.
Thank you. Yes, I did have to unmute. Thank you. I appreciate that stuff. Thank you, Resource and Development Committee members, Shadeja, Ms. Shirley, for providing the report, and our federal partners with US EPA. I appreciate this conversation surrounding the legacy of uranium on Navajo Nation. In terms of the white paper, Shadeja, I would want to also, if you could extend a courtesy copy to my office. We have been working on uranium contamination cleanup. And as you're well aware, working with Dr. Perry Charlie prior to becoming a council delegate, we have made really strong strides when it comes to traditional ecological knowledge and the policy that was created back a few years ago regarding how we want to address and consider abandoned uranium cleanup here on Navajo Nation. With that in mind, we do have a Cove president on the line who has been very active, and I would suggest to all of my colleagues on the line to engage and provide enough information to chapter leadership so that they could continue to advocate and be empowered to be part of the conversation. The last thing I want to mention when it comes to uranium, we at this point should have either someone on our legislative staff, whether it's an advisor or in the speaker's office, provide that expertise when it comes to uranium. In terms of the health studies, 2 weeks ago, I wrote a letter of recommendation to continue with the Navajo birth cohort study. We're finding trace elements of uranium in our newborn. So, and in terms of, and I appreciate Delegate Daniels raising or identifying the Return of Navajo Boy. If you don't know the history of that movie, that was actually started as a propaganda film from Kerr McGee on how wonderful uranium was for families and the health, the vibrancy, and later to discover that by that time, they already knew of the health risk issues. They already knew at that time that our miners were not being protected and need the gear. And that then turned into this legacy of RICA, where we're still fighting with our congressional leadership to fully fund health surveys, to fund the post-71 miners, to fully fund the downwinders. As New Mexico, there is no downwinder program, but yet we have the largest leak of uranium waste that goes down the Rio Porco. So there's a lot to be discussed here. I want to yield some time, Chair, to President Benally, as he is our subject matter expert in the field and works very intimately with US EPA and provides these updates at chapter meetings. And so I appreciate that he's on the call. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Crotty. Let me go back to Ms. Shirley first, and then I'll provide some time to Chapter President, Mr. Benally. So, Ms. Shirley.
Thank you, Chair. To Shada, thank you again for your comments, your presence here today, and again, want to tell you that you've been how would you say it? It's been my pleasure working with you, and I look up to you as any young Navajo woman would. So thank you, Shada, for your leadership. To your question on the white paper, as soon as right now it's still in draft form, and then I will have Mr. Warren take a look and then see if there's anything else he'd like to add before we can share it with you, Shada. So, but if it's not shared sooner, please feel free to reach out to Mr. Warren Roan again in the future to let him know that this is something that was mentioned, and it is something that we are working on currently, but I hope it does continue into next year and with the new administration. So Shada, with that, I'll say that we'll provide what we can. And then
thank you, Ms.
Oh, I'm done, sir. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay. Also, Ms. Shirley, when this letter is completely drafted and ready for the president to sign on it, but I think it would be great to have an invitation extended to the Cove chapter officials, at least somebody to represent Cove, someone to represent Lukachikoy and Round Rock and RDC, when at the time when the president is going to sign this, kind of like a ceremony to say that this is leadership saying to US EPA that here is our letter. We support the national priority listing for the Lukachikoy Mountain communities. Noda. Ashbiga, Ms. Shirley.
I can't speak for president, but I will certainly make that recommendation. And I think it is, in a way, also a big win, meaning that we could potentially get more sites cleaned up, and then having those additional resources. I think it's certainly something to celebrate. So I will make the recommendation, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Goshila, Thank you for that. At this time, we will give the floor over to Honorable Chapter President from Cove, Arizona, Mr. James Benally.
Hakoshi, Honorable Chair, Nes, Shaha, Koto Shakwin Agi, Ado Nishito, Ade, Bespansa on Kahigi Bego, a Shaha and Kidishnido. Chichedo, Shijedo, Shanaldo, no Shila, Ko a Shaha and Kidin Nido Lish. Ado Shanale, Belinda Shirley for doing this update. Ado Navajo EPA there. Mr. Duncan, Will Duncan. Ado Keenan Larson. Thank you for being on the call. And if I miss you, I also see Chuck Howe. He's on the call. So I would like to thank them for taking the time out to be on this call. And so let me start off with saying, dispensing with my thank you. Ado Shateja, Honorable Consul Delegate Crowdy. Recognizing me and Kahin seat or Ajabat no on hidden needy Pahen and audition. Call the Kodo by Yati NPL listen Niniki on seas one down out the shah. Lay there. Chitna Ashen there. Anga business at on a rande so Navajo EPA Superfund Yanar Nation there. Slashing Biskeda Hito named Eugene S. Plain earlier. To a Cadedo home to Colon the Solin. Eta Osham Sabbath Sunday, there are Abis Kanta Nishich and Holne. A day, these are Dibati Tash. Shudin need AI, Sinigi legend does the Anjan does the Slit Hakedo, other Bezola home, Kidel Tadigi. AI, no. Other Yenard Nisho Nahashi, no, not Sos Nayin Nisho, Beso in Tabe, Shehodor Nika Ninigi, Chet and Nahalo. Other, no, yes, it's not. Now, tell them and they did try it settlement. I think I have these sample. She adult Navajo DOJ then, in Arjunard, there. What it H station idil sword, then I'll toss nil sword. Then and there, it isn't the case. Trying settlement, it isn't the case. $1 billion in it is a bit. Ado, Tashabahon Sunday, the Shananis in Sinigi, as a project manager, Gunkaya reclamation activities at Nini. The National in Sunday Navajo AML, Jato Division of Community Development, Jehotashana, Nishinsano, National. I could be based on Hutchadate. Other 8 dash and the Conhadlon, 8 of Bigata, but the Shno, the 1 billion, the Shnini, the Bigata. And let me just kind of jump into English here. When I first heard about this first tronic settlement, one of the first things I said was that settlement amount is insufficient. And US EPA has heard me say that numerous times. That's been my concern ever since we got this settlement. Anyway, I don't know how this is. What's the issue? I able to Dido Bigata, Ado Tajisha, Dido, Tronit settlement Kataso, Gisha, Esha, Asia, Dornik. The Tronit settlement, Eholia, Gogo, Hunana, Hunada, Eo. Ado, Ben Yaban, that is the store, let us know. Pinched on the Bayashki. Ecuador US EPA, but it Nini Abidjan Sad Nasha, Ado, Ohelet Ado, Lehashat Ado, Nihishno. Ebasashi, Satabanana, Shkeke, Satana, Satab, and let Nahalohananas. What I don't get what is sheesh. Sunday when the Aya, Cyprus Amex inadi kaya petra that I just have another deal Nesatini. Hado Ahonadishnido, the unresponsible party, Ninigi non-responsible party, Dishnans, Gisha, I thought Ebeta Anasha Ekit Ado Dish, Ebasa Nashike. John Keda Shijahot, a drum site station. Defense-related uranium mines, ADOA, Department of Energy, Jo Atomic Energy Commission, Ninde, that is Nesto Equus and the Angel Hot. Sunday ADOE, evaluated the Nisto Halit Adam for the Don. A quag a Navajo Elda, the non initiative, Pahniliedo, left under the drum site, Sigi. Ela Ajla Chabe the snow Alta Katasata, a Gigatoinel Anson addition, a Albade dot Askudone. A Codi, the peso tran in Kijet, Annie do Bigata the Shnigi a Bahonson, Kaya not Kaya in Nisho, Biga Habita has a coebnash a dishnity 1 billion dishnido, do Bigata the snow has Zigi. Yeah, and what that and out in this case, and when this ni a coeben natch. Ya did what is no, I don't nakina hide to pandemic, nini ebitata, tangitat el carlo did o did zoom hat nini do basic behad negi bit bin be yija. Eka ajun handad nishla. Jesse Cass, a remedial project manager in Ado Kenyan Larson, Eki Homba, A national priority listing. Ninigi A and the Atale and Late Hotka de Bel. The Betlatli, they did Asha, Hit Aban, Tin Kish, in Le Petition, in Le Hatchasa, Halet I had a Pesonano, Tato Le Lanso, in late Ado Platonica and Nashwood the Petition. What Adash Mother Elsa Johnson. Ada Betlescan Kitchen Dale Nisho. What Ado Keenan Larson in our Tosca Dilla. Ado Creek Hit Ada. Abet Zilo or Niscotoni. What I bit at Dale Nish. A con Nal Tosca Dilia, Hatadilia. A conk agent Kaya Kahot. Halet in laden cultural and traditional properties that any that or include net that or in in the big ear the field other childa that nego that has got adonan se tre adonan se adonal te he con aj mule deer ninin he held to up to na studa shasta bi gahinda Eben nas either past here or nankin lasted naked in a yadast here Eda hotat en yard in a pita seat so. Tunde Hatkonal tos Hatelia. Enal tos Pongit Hatelia. To Ebi in Navajo leadership. Iki Eklato concur either leaking Kisnato o Kiredonito near hot Kiredoniti Naltos. What are hated the legi? What are more yata? Which a Northern Agency Council meeting Asian and Lindigi President Nez, but that on Joy Ashkode Nanos Count, the Snippet Snobberbage has three Ecuador Latin US EPA and Alphonse, we left national priority list Nindigi Ashkode Yegon Kabanson, Keso Yegon. I don't Banson Kezon Jikadi least with the Snobberbage has three. John Aliat Hanati email, then the ARD by Banson KC ACG, the least no. Whistler, a coebet Bahazen. Akoti le na sosti national priority listen nasa dolkish. Ein le kodo biji kai la nasa dolkish. Ado kodo will tanken ya hatsi. Ado otsa gwe nasa dot ato adon anza kede nadni ta koti kodon hacho ilan hit klata ka biji nas klato ajo. Tati tata ta anige in was iya. Le ran raja don le look at jo ajo ata hide ish. Ada hit other hit other best hatil ne jo nin de junde ada ado sunant ein lini honorable council delegates later ye hatzi illa na on Sunday kato jo ashin hitin de nisto. So ban this case ko di de dig a national priority listen is come this ashin ta ajun nit it's going to be a competitive process. It's going to be competing with other national priority lists across the United States. But we in this case, so the year on hot in so dinan bin the shield na sheet. A co a national priority listen in happy last legal. So a better but hello do list. Akodi kodo chwan settlement the shnini do be abu auto left the shnina. To aid benda as na so other Cyprus aim at sundash the other kujana drum sites the shniniki. Aid cost had that zago the average in the house diego a quaggy beso cho ido left. A co a yego a nikado jacodo hit ad and saton gigan so zidon hayas kido. Minan ein lini president nes bichi baby hasido bansen keso at skitlon ha nji bekadi lika ninigi jo e kudon hinch ke chiso zido ko e kudo peson bit no tahi be skobe pest e hodor litn so bansus kes aro di khata da eliago jo adon le nan sanjado adon le kujo mani valley Adon le tatka Sweetwater, Tisans bas Capital Red Valley, Ado Ajo, Blue Cat, Adon Lacha, Koja, Eastern Church, Ado da Site Siki, Ebic hot been that is initial base about how long those lessons. So I'm looking at this as a template for the other communities that are impacted by uranium mining and their waste leftover waste pile. Ado Saho de Yakodo Sanantai Honorable Chair Rick Ness Ani behind Zigi. All I can say is wow, that's a fantastic idea to be able to be represented when President Nez does sign the concurrence to Navajo EPA, not Navajo, US EPA's National Priority List application on Soban, this case. Ado asaw de shit is ani de ako kanto ba hatis ADPA hat ninigi the 10-year program 10-year plan hat nini it kapiji is so eshe khaja shit is kai BIA has trust responsibilities to AD kwam kin kaya nebikaya and most of the trust land is their responsibility to oversee khaja shit is kai khalet akuda Aye, kuya ayi sa kwata halni kuya e kodok bi ka ke ini de klato ben hajki era just kit ya atendo each side ko e klato kodo ba yatio they should be the lead person on sun so that we're large at using their trust responsibility e on so ban this case national a ko dia and they home by yada studies the han ke ata kon khanas ka adon queda del yene kare tendo queda del yene ella o unas nalkeya edo queda del yene na hado ni ado de pendo de kashido hinda kaido edon handas ka ado ko ani ba cho hon anal te hido nan se e khoda eni de ko at ene din khabez la azli da da person hichen khotlia at ene aj at nota ado ajo to gujo ren ra to lek aj gujo ajo sa to sin be be card o what ye be ba sha do ni kin so ban eben na ecuador nan ta dan slinnigi den trana pesbans anna dan slinnigi heit ada ki godon kinan tain lenni khala tasatani president net bebe to ban di khaso kwe atlo biji kai do lito at ko hazano kon nal khosinas na no tato jo yisi ba innige besa dol khato leli ede hat aben hi hasti da sunan tan asni shaha
Mr. Benali, and Sago to I Shiba your dedication to your communities, and not only your communities, but speaking on behalf of the great Navajo Nation. So Iranian baby now bayan by Mr. Benali. Thank you very much. And Sago Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Then Koi will go ahead and accept the report at this time.
Chairman Keown.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
The other area that maybe the incoming council needs to continue. I know Shmaya that she's online. I just start on the door. I just say. There's a reason and a purpose that the nation had established a uranium commissioner. That's an obvious situation that local chapter officials and that's the way I've seen our commissioners. I mean, there are a direct representation at the local level in terms of talking on behalf of certain issue for a certain purpose. And I know the Christian commissioners in Leniki from each region of don't go by plan of operation or aspire it's go so I believe the reason why this is where we're at right now. According to response, you need to and a lot of times there's an emphasis by the immediate what the need what are by so any niki what are the commissioners need a koyan at audit or hold out of the plan of operation do out of the office large yahas tahakin the creed legislation, I think it's going on almost a year. What's that? Khaled al Ajito di has aniki do yego panahat ida. If they don't want the commissioners, then go forward with establishing a very effective an EPA office, maybe by region, and this comes into play of the trustee. So in last Washington, and that was another argument that I had, is that why only one trustee? There should be the region goes. Each region having their own trustee that start to know that. So after sent oh huge the creed the Shibaha see at Annie at the need Mr. Benali put us in Nansen a cut behind Siki could the ban ye hit the bayal Baba Hata see Z a cut oh huge at all the house is on me a conhill legislature need Liniki to Akunan at Sata lad or Hanan needs no but not to Allah Nasma hit it nasta. for example, that position statement at the to hot not so again needs so ego other base kidney kida. Akot it ashated an hinani at the joa base kidney kaku ben nadit on the has eki obetin the hotel g stop in the haljish arj. A cop and go elahit out nidik a computer commissioners is it very essential for the nation to have, because I know a lot of them are being selected, very selective, and they were confirmed by the council to be on these commission because they have well understanding, well knowledge of how they talk about it. I mean, this is similar to Veterans Advisory Council. I mean, in the all who doesn't the East Town, the year that this that this is that is that don't so just to be on record and just again a notice or a recommendation to the returning delegates or the incoming council that is it necessary to have the uranium commissioners to be back in place, or could that be extracted out of the EPA office? What ego goes stop being a India quacky be larger star quacky open not store. There's no effort in trying to get a lot of these area because as you just heard earlier, I can't tell the president what to do. I mean, that tells me and raise a red flag for me is that, I mean, why could you not, you being a division director, not provide input or recommendation to the president of what is effective and what needs to be done for an issue of a program? For all that and the stock at the such case, division directors that's it or the test that it's just because that I can't ask me tell the president or make a recommendation to the president. That ego that's even not at all the hot and indeed a court in the 8A Kodo Bahanati chairman Navajo Nation Uranium Commissioner at all their existence has expired, and I've been trying to ask our legislative council if we could be able to extend the deadline for 2 more years. While it's getting back in formation, especially during the transition period. The legislation so for that, and needs go out Ecuador, being hit and he response only Linigin Hin Slato, be has only Linigi been a Shiki Hajo or Session, he did not even hit a Haitzi. A the 8 or asking me after Doyana Yada the door Doyan that eat that on hit me a co 18 for that Hagit at Dida. So it is about Nana seat or the chairman regarding the uranium commissioner needs to be reestablished in a way if it's necessary, though I'm not sure what the recommendation would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. The work and the responsibility that the uranium commissioners have in representing the people. If they're from all 5 agencies, then that's where they need to be most effective as far as representing the people. I don't know how long it'll take for a legislation to be drafted. If you had already requested it, then I still have numerous legislations that I thought I should and they're just swamped, and ARPA legislations are going to be coming up real quickly for all the delegates that have completed and submitted their projects from the local level. 8.8 million and Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Not, I'll have a closing statement from Valinda Shirley, Director of Navajo EPA, as well as from Region 9, Mr. Duncan. Ms. Shirley?
Yeah, it's Nana. And again, Shanad, Kialan, thank you for your comments. So, and then to honorable members, yeah, it's Nana. I don't have Quagi Hashim Togo, a kissing down season eggy, but here wins in do Nasko yeah, at the Nigi a Quagi. Nakadigi dolesti or Asiki Biaja. Ado, as and in addition to the closing statement, President Benali is correct to recognize Kenyon Larson with US EPA. This is his work, meaning that he's the one that helped put all of this together for the community members there in Cove and to the Hikain Lini out in the Lukajagay Mountains. So I do want to extend my thanks to Kenyon Larson for his work and his leadership too, to look at this for us and say, hey, this is something that I can do for our people here. So I do want to extend my gratitude to Kenyon, and then want to thank Mr. Duncan for being on the call with me here today, and then my staff as well too, Shahat, for your help. And then I'm sure that we'll be able to get a president's signature on this very soon. And we do have all of our questions answered as far as land use and certain questions that we had. So I'm sure that President will be able to sign this. It's not that he's not wanting to sign it. It's a matter of making sure that it was something that was sound and that it was legally sound. So Merry Christmas to each and every single one of you. Chair, that's my closing statement.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Mr. Duncan?
Thank you. I'll keep it just short and just express my appreciation for all the time that you gave me today to talk about our program and to answer your questions. I want to hopefully continue this effort into this next year with giving more regular updates to the RDC and to Tribal Council. I feel like we haven't had the opportunity to do that as often as I think that you all deserve to hear updates. And so I look forward to coordinating something more routine or regular in 2023, especially as we make progress. Other than that, happy holidays to everyone, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan. Certainly appreciate your time today, as well as Ms. Shirley. We definitely needed the information that is paramount to our communities, and also the three communities of Lukachukay, Cove, and Round Rock. Honorable Crotty, as well as Honorable Slater. So at this time, honorable members of RDC, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote to accept the report. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chair, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart? Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart? We have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Next, we do have update report by Navajo Tribal Utility Authority on the electric capacity and Western Agency regarding the Longhouse Valley substation. Presenters will be Mr. Martin Ashley, Lester Lee, as well as Donovan DeGay. You have 20 minutes, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Lester Lee with N2A Electrical Systems. So I think there's a committee, possibly the chapter that requested an update, and I don't know what their concerns are, but we were asked to present the system update in the Shanto area. So understand it also probably impacts the hotel that's being developed at right there on Highway 160 in the intersection to the road towards Page. So I have a Donovan Begay is going to be helping me with the system updates and the current system that we have, and also the developed plans we have for upgrades in that area. So, I think Donovan, you have a system map, right? Can you put that on the screen?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and get that here, Lester. Hold on.
Also, yeah, or Mr. Martin Ashley is also our liaison, governmental liaison with this project here. So this give you an overview of the electrical systems in the Kayenda Shanto area. You see the Sayit substation is a current substation that's existing, and also you see the Longhouse Valley, and those are the two substations that are in service as of today. And currently, the Shanto substation that you see is a proposed site that's planned for the future, and also a transmission line that's going to go from Longhouse Valley to the Tay substation. So those are in the planning stages, and also the Shanto Hotel distribution upgrade coming down from Shanto all the way south towards where the Shanto Hotel site is going to be. Okay, the current system that we have in place, the line that it goes along Highway 160. You see that it's going diagonal there, is being served from the Tsayi substation, and we have a transformer there, and the distribution line pretty much it runs to the Longhouse Valley, and then it follows the Highway 160 towards Coal Mine Canyon. So that's the existing line that we have in service. And so I understand that the Shanto Hotel has some concerns about making sure that they have the capacity that's needed to serve the new hotel that's been in construction. And so I had my engineering department here do an analysis on the existing systems that includes the substation capacity and also the existing distribution line capacity. And so the result of that analysis is that we do have the capacity to serve that additional load. I believe it's about 700 kVA. And the substation Sayi is able to supply that power. And also that the existing distribution line has the wire size is able to handle that additional load that's requested. The only thing that at this point that is concern is the voltage level. Okay, so since the line is so long from the station, and there is a voltage drop as you go through, as the power travels from Tsayi down towards the end of the line. So to mitigate that voltage drop, we are in the process of installing additional equipment. We call it voltage regulators. These are devices that we install on the electrical lines that increase or regulate the voltage on the distribution line. For example, if the voltage falls below 114 volts, for example, we would install a voltage regulator to increase that voltage back up to 120. So that's what the voltage regulator does. And so we are in the process of installing additional voltage regulators on that line to serve that area. And also, as you see, the line continues along past that Shanto Hotel to other customers that we have all the way to Komai Mesa and all the way to outside of Tuba City. So that line will also experience some low voltage. And then we're doing the same thing. We're also installing additional voltage regulators on that line to provide the voltage support that's needed. Okay, so that's what we're doing. In the long range plans that we have is from the Longhouse Valley substation. We receive power from Western Area Power Authority at 230 kV, and we do have a substation there, and we step down that voltage down to 69 kV. So it's still a transmission line. And currently, well, in the past, that Longhouse Valley supplied power to the mine area, the drag lines and all the mine facilities. And since the mine closure, there is still some minimal power that we still provide for the facilities that are still in services. Okay, so the substation is there, and but it's not able to supply the distribution voltage, because if we're going to supply distribution voltage, we would still need to step down that 69 kV again down to 25 kV to provide that distribution voltage. That's one option. But the second option is extend our transmission line, and that's what we decided to do. Is you see the turquoise line, you can barely see it, that goes west from Longhouse Valley on towards Shanto. That's we are extending a 69 kV line /115 for dual voltage for future development. And that line, we have obtained the consents from the permittees in that area, and we have completed the cultural studies and the biological. And I think we're working with the nation on completing the survey reports. Right outside in the area of Shanto, the community of Shanto, we have plans to build a new substation that will step down the 69 kV voltage down to a distribution level, and that distribution level will tie into the existing lines that we have in the area, and also provide additional services down to the Shanto Hotel, okay, as a loop system. So that's the plan. In the meantime, so we are working with the local community there to obtain consents for the new substation site. And I understand that we are encountering some issues with that, meaning my right-of-way department is telling me that there is a dispute where we had selected distribution site, substation. So for us to continue with that, is with likely we'll have to find an alternate site in the area. So that's where we are on the transmission line. So the transmission line and the substation planning and development is going to take a while. One is once we get the rights of ways, we will start procuring materials, and understand that if you are aware that some of these are long lead items. We've substation transformers from the industry right now is running about a year to a year and a half out to get those transformers. Once you order it, they have a lead time for delivery a year to a year and a half out. And then the same thing with the transmission line poles. And these are long lead items. So those are some of the issues that from the supply side that we need to that we're also working with. And once the materials are procured, which I'd say about a year to a year and a half out, of course we'll have to construct that line. And the construction of that line, we estimate it to probably take a 1 year. So optimistically, if everything was to start today, procurement of materials and right away all approved, it would take about 2.5 years, I would say, to get that line in service, the substation in service, and have that system upgraded. So that's where we are with the long range plans for the substation and the transmission line development in that area. Okay. So, but in the meantime, like I said, the existing system from Tsayit and the distribution line that's in service that runs along the Highway 160 all the way to Komai Mesa is in service and is able to provide the additional power that's needed to supply that energy to Shantou substation, with understanding that we need to add some additional devices on the line to provide the additional voltage support. So that's an overview of the system that we have in the Shantou area. So I would, if Martin, you have something to add, or Donovan, you have the opportunity. Or if there's other questions, we're open to those too.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Motion, Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Second by? Is there a second? Honorable members of RDC, let's have a second. And
I'll second, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Any comments or questions?
The chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, today we have my leaders from Shantou, my leaders from Tlapikin chapter, and also Natsifan chapter. I appreciate the report, the update report on what's going on in our region, the North region area. So, Shanto chapter officials, I don't know, subcommittees, leaders, and Liniki, yeah, they've been talking about this for about 3 years, 4 years. That's it. They're not just looking at their area; they're looking at the whole Western Agency area. Adonana Kodonagate delegate Yellow Harbour region, because power goes up on top of them, Black Mesa, HA the region. Adonana delegate Brown, they're looking at the whole Western Agency as a future economic development. So right now, so today I have my leaders, Mr. Chair. On the line, I have Chapter President, Mr. Roland Small Canyon, and also my leader, Mr. Vern Hangiva. So, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Chapter President, Mr. Small Canyon, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Shanant. Chairman Nez and the resource RDC members and all the officials attending the meeting. Yeah, our main concern is like what our delegate Daniels mentioned. We're looking at the big picture with all these 6 chapters that where we get the main power. So we have our 5-year plan, 10-year plan. So we're looking down that far down the road, and we're concerned about this electricity that powers up our home, our appliances, and everything. So at the time when we brought it to RDC's attention and NTUA, we were told that the hotel, once we flip the switch, the main breaker to the hotel, there's not going to be enough power for community development for other chapters. And lately with the ARPA, the power line extension that's going on now, that's in progress. So all these communities, they're building their homes, and there's power lines being strung up. Okay, that brought up a huge concern, and thank you to RDC and NTUA for providing the information. But this 2.5 years for the hotel, we want to make sure we have power and all the material, like the transformer. I know it takes a long time to fabricate one of those power transformers, and to transport it to the site. I know it's it weighs a lot, and it has to take certain routes on the highway. So including all that, 2.5 years is too far out, and we want to make sure that hotel has power, and our other communities still have the electricity, the capacity to light up their communities. With that, there's this upgrade. We've been asking. The other concern we have is we really don't have the communication with NTUA when we need information. So this was one of them, and the only way we can get attention was through resource and development. With that, we didn't know about the dispute at the chapter, so thank you for bringing that information out, sir. Although from here on out, we're just we're continuing to build, and as expected for the Navajo Nation, we serve our people and we bring their concerns to the Navajo Nation. Idi hamde lishanat ani ado for the time, and I know Mr. Hangiva has a lot of information. Our chapter relies on our journeymen. We don't have the engineers at our disposal, so we rely on our journeymans and various trades. So that's our only source we have out here. And of course, visual is a big thing, and conveying the message is another big thing we have out here that we depend on. So, yeah, I just want to ask NTUA that we want to have enough power for the hotel. So, and then for the Shanto Marketplace and the community development for the 6 chapters. With that, Chair, that I might have forgotten something, but I'm sure I'll be reminded by my constituents. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lester Lee, your response?
Good afternoon. Again, this is Lester Lee. So we did have a meeting with the chapter, I'd say maybe a couple of years ago, a year and a half to 2 years. And I did make a presentation with the chapter officials there at the Shanto chapter. So we've been in communication with the chapters there. So to say that we didn't communicate is not quite accurate. And I had also made this presentation to the chapter officials there. So I do have my right-of-way manager, Ms. Shannon Burnett, who can provide a detailed, more specific information on the substation site there. So what the status is and what the challenges we are encountering. And also, we still like to request some assistance from the chapters in the area to get these projects approved for rights-of-ways so that we're able to continue move forward with the procurement and the installation of the facilities that we have planned. So that was what we'll also be requesting.
Good afternoon or good morning, or we're 6 minutes into the afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Burnett, and as Lester mentioned, I'll be doing just a brief update regarding the rights of way. And I'm pretty sure you've talked about the components of the scope of work needed for this project, and one portion of it is the Shanto substation. We do have an agent assigned to work with acquiring consents for the substation. The substation is a 5-acre tract, and right now she did speak with the grazing official at one point, and her conversation with the grazing official was along the lines of there's a dispute in the area, and I don't believe that's completely resolved. We've had some calls into the grazing official to see if to get an update basically, and if that's not able to get fixed, then I think from NTUA's standpoint we might have to cite a different location. So that this update on the substation. Do I do 115? In regards to the 115 line, there's a lot more progress in regards to that project. We got all consents for the 115 line. We've gotten the cultural compliance for that project as well. We're working on the biological surveys for that project. Our consultant has to consult with Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife regarding that project. So And we have the supporting chapter resolution as well for that line from Kienta chapter and from Shanto chapter for the 115 line. That basically is a summary of the updates in regards to rights of way for the transmission and the substation project.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels, back to you.
Mr. Chair, can we keep time to Mr. Hankiba? The way that Shantoda not on in Nashville.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Hankiba.
Press *6 to unmute. Okay. Good afternoon. This is Vern Hangiba. I'm with the Shanto Economic Development Corporation. And I do have several, I have actually many questions for NTUA. My first question is that 115 kV proposed line is coming from the Segi substation to Shanto to the proposed Shanto substation, the new substation. And then what size will that substation be rated at the Shanto area? And then the other question I have is that the Segi substation currently feeds 6 chapters: Shanto, Navajo Mountain, Tabikin, Kaibito, Red Lake, and then Coal Mine Mesa. And your proposal for putting a new substation at Shanto doesn't take into account the other communities in the Western region. How will those communities get their upgrades done? And if that proposed 115 kV line is going to be coming from Segi substation up to the new Shanto substation, it's basically just an extension of the line from the Kayenta 230 to 69 kV all the way to Shanto. So what is NTUA's future plans for Longhouse Valley substation? It's a large enough substation to feed the whole Western region, and that's really what Shanto was after, was to tap into that Longhouse Valley substation, provide that ample current capacity for the Western chapters. So those are my questions there. Thank you.
Hi, Lester. I could answer this question.
Mr. Lee?
Yes, well, I'll have Mr. Donovan Begay respond.
Okay. Mr. Donovan Begay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. So one thing is with our, when we do our planning, we want the contingencies to have, worst case scenarios, back feeds and contingencies when these plans go into place. So rather than just feeding off of Longhouse Valley, the Longhouse Valley is steps down from 230 kV to 69 kV. That's still sub-transmission voltage. You still need to step down that transmission voltage to the distribution voltages that a lot of our customers, our commercial customers, utilize for their facilities. So for that contingency, the source, yes, will be coming from Kayenta 230 from Sayet to Longhouse Valley and to Shanto. And this will add like a parallel redundancy, because ultimately, yes, there are chapters on the Western region that need power, but we need to move or slowly move the the transmission voltage to that location. And what we are doing is, I know the state substation is about, from the current Shanto Hotel is about 25 miles, but really we're allocating the source closer to the load that's going to be growing. So by moving that substation closer to Shanto, we do plan on having distribution feeders from that substation. Right now it is proposed to 121620 MVA substation with 4 feeders. And really those feeders are designated for the locations, one out east, another feeder towards Ibato, and then 2 additional feeders down south to compensate for that load growth in that coal mine canyon area. So really, we're tying into 2 transmission systems, one of which is going to be LHV, and the other one is going to be from the Kienta 230, so that we have redundancy going to this new substation. Yes, there is capacity at LHV, but it's not usable voltage-wise. We do need to go through another transformation to drop down that voltage to the usable distribution voltages.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Are you done?
Correct.
Are you done?
I am done with the request, or at least the response.
Response? Okay, thank you. Honorable Daniels, back to you, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I appreciate this meeting, the special meeting that we're having today. Thank you, NTUA, for providing some information to my local leaders. Mr. Chair, chapter president, Shanto, and also Shanto Economic Development Advisory Committee, Mr. Hakiva.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Roland Smallcannon again, chapter president. With this, I know in our Club C, we call our Club C planning and zoning. So in the Club C, it encourages community land use plan. So we strongly support that at our chapter. But we like to appreciate, we want this kind of information to go to our planning and zoning. And we, at the chapter level, we encourage to have all the information go to planning and zoning so they can incorporate that kind of information into our community land use plan. I believe RDC supports that, and we appreciate the information from NTUA, although I'd like to have RDC look at look into the transformers or the power lines that used to power up the coal mine on top of Black Mesa, and how to use that power that was used by the coal company in Black Mesa pipeline. So that on the Western Agency side, we like to utilize that power that's sitting there. And I guess I'm requesting for RDC to look at this whole picture and how we can strategize to use that electricity. That would be at the Navajo Nation level. If you drive along Highway 160, you see various power lines that crisscross and most chapters, they don't know where they are getting their electrical power and their water. So I believe the chapter should look at where they are getting their electrical power and the water lines. That would be the wise things to do, Mr. Chair. I believe Mr. Hangiva is asking another question too. Thank you, Chair.
Priscilla, next.
Mr. Hangiba.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez. We at the initial meeting that we had with RDC and NTOA, we meaning the Shanto Economic Development Corporation, provided a one-line drawing to NTOA on our proposal on how to hook into the Longhouse Valley substation. And our proposal shows that each community would have their own transformer to feed their communities, just like Tienta has their own transformer. And also like Pinley has their own transformer feeding that community. And Denahotso also has their own transformer feeding that area. And the same scenario could be utilized using that same concept coming off a Longhouse Valley substation, so that there would be a 69 kV, 115 kV strung out from Longhouse Valley substation north to Navajo Mountain, and Navajo Mountain would have a 69 kV primary step down to 24/9, 14/4 transformer to feed that community, and the same with Pabikin, and the same way with Kaibito. They would have their own separate transformer, and the same way with Red Lake, and the same also with the Coal Mine Mesa community, because Coal Mine is a long ways from the Segi substation, and as Mr. Lee alluded to earlier, there's a huge voltage drop up in, I'm sure there is a huge voltage drop up in Coal Mine Mesa, and I'm thinking they probably already have regulators up there. But the other issue that we're seeing too is that the power line, what size are those lines coming out of the Segi substation currently going to these chapters? Are they like number 2 or 1/0, 3/0? What size are those? And are they going to be upgraded? Because all these communities have their own, I'm sure they have their own plans on future economic developments. And with the current system, even if you put the substation there at Kayenta or at Shanto, it's still coming from Kayenta and not coming from Longhouse Valley. But it doesn't seem like economics. It doesn't make economic sense to put a whole new substation there when the Longhouse Valley substation is basically sitting there idling, and you could power the whole western region by stringing out the 69 kV lines and putting these separate substations for each community so they can grow. That's our idea of how we would want it, how we would like to see the system set up. And it's not being met. And the other chapters that are being affected by this are not aware, they're not aware of what's coming down. And we need to meet with them also and let them know what the situation is with the power. And not only do we need power for the western region, we also need water. We ran into that with the hotel project that's coming up at the junction of 160 and 98. we couldn't tap into the current N2A water system because there wasn't enough capacity there. So for the compaction of the hotel grounds, we had to get water from Tuba City, and that cost quite a bit of funding for us. So we're needing some water also, and we have plenty of water in this region. And with the closure of NGS, there was 50,000 acre-feet of water allocated to NGS, and that water is in the upper Colorado River region, which Shanto and the rest of the other communities are a part of. That water could be utilized to feed future water needs for the western region. So those, we need to think on a larger scale. And as our board chair mentions, we don't need to piecemeal the system together. We need something that we can rely on for far into the future. And that's really what we're after from Shanto. And I'm sure we're not the only community that's faced with infrastructure needs. And so that's really what I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hongiva. Let me go back to Mr. Donovan Begay or Mr. Lester Lee to respond.
Good afternoon again, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to respond. So Mr. Hongiva's question about tapping into the Longhouse Valley. We are going to tap into the Longhouse Valley, and we are going to put a substation there right beside the existing Longhouse Valley substation, and we're going to tie into the station there and put a substation adjacent to it that will step down that voltage from that station down to 69 kV. Okay, so and then we're going to run a transmission line right from the Longhouse Valley station down to up to the Shanto station, and we've located the Shanto station where the station is located central to the communities there, Navajo Mountain and Capito and Tapikin and Shanto areas. So we've located, I think that's the primary location that we've decided to put the substation. And from that substation, we're going to tie into the existing lines that feeds each of those communities. So that substation size we're going to build is going to be base size 12 MVA, or which is equivalent to 12,000 kVA. Okay, thinking about that compared to the existing substation at Tegi, that's a 7,500. So it's almost going to be twice the size of that size of at Tegi. Okay, so we feel that that's going to be more than enough to supply the whole region. And then also we're going to also tie that new station into the existing line that runs along Highway 160. So that will also take some of that loading off the existing lines that feeds that area. And also when we build a new station near Shanto, what that's going to do is also increase the reliability of the system. And so basically you're transporting bulk power to that area, and instead of trying to rely on long distribution lines, you basically shorten the distribution lines is basically what we're doing. Okay. And just to respond to Mr. Hongiva's plan, he wants to install a substation up in Navajo Mountain and each one of these communities. So for that to happen, you basically then have to run transmission lines to all these areas. And then at each one of those communities, then you still have to build a substation. And understand that each substation at this point is costs probably about $5 to $6 million each station. And then if you build a transmission line to each one of these communities, you're also gonna, it's gonna cost at least another $5 million for each transmission line. So there's gonna be a lot of cost investment in that area for what we feel that one station is more than adequate to feed the whole region. Okay, so just to put that in perspective in terms of the financing and the dollar value that's going to incur.
Are you done with your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Daniels, back to you.
Yeah, could I add one thing? I'm sorry, Mr. Nez, could I add one thing?
Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Hangiba, you're not kid so this is the time to ask all these questions to NTUA. I'm going to give some time to Mr. Hangiba again, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hangiba. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. In response to Mr. Lee's response to me in terms of the transformer, the proposed transformer is a 12 MVA transformer that is going to be installed there by Shanto. Currently, there are two 15 MVA transformers in Longhouse Valley. So why not utilize those transformers to power the whole western region and not put in another substation? That doesn't really make sense to me. And then the way the system is tied in up at the mine, the Longhouse Valley substation could easily feed up to Forest Lake and into Pinyon, and that's a redundant line that could be installed there at the former Black Mesa pipeline. It's a short span of 69 kV, and you can hook, and then now you have redundancy to feed Forest Lake and Pinyon, not only from Longhouse Valley, but also from the Kayenta substation. And then if you took a line from Pinyon and strung it out to Burnside substation, you could feed that area also if you had trouble from the Kayenta substation. Because currently the way the Kayenta substation, the 230 kV to 69 kV substation is set up, is that it goes to Kayenta and then goes east towards Denahotso and then to I believe it's Mexican Water, then south back towards Round Rock and feeding those areas, and then it continues on to many farms and then on to Kinley and then to Burnside, and then from Burnside it goes to Bitauchi, and then there's a short spur line that comes off of Bitauchi substation that ties into the Choya power plant. So you could easily tie all these back together just through switching and have your redundancy in place. But my real point here is that why install a 12 MVA substation when you currently have two 15 MVA transformers in place at Longhouse Valley substation? They're just basically sitting there idling. So that was our proposal to NTUA back some months back. Tap into that and utilize that, power the whole western region.
So we're not just talking about Shanta. We're bringing up. We're looking at our sister communities that are in other chapters. So I guess we need to meet with those other chapters to get them updated, and then also the leadership change that's coming here soon. They need to be educated on the system as well. And the other point that I want to make also is that we can just keep stepping this down further and further down, but each of the communities are also in need of upgrades down to the 14.4, 122 40 volt system transformers. Many of those transformers are small and they're feeding 8 to 10 homes when they shouldn't be that many homes on that one transformer. So we're starting to get deeper and deeper into the needs of the communities, and that's what we're seeing. And we're wanting to address these before they become a major concern for all of us. So that's what I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hungiva, for your statements and your concerns. Ado, Mr. Small Canyon, I believe that our discussion today, which is focused on this NTUA's electric capacity, distribution as well, out at Longhouse Valley Substation, Nikki, to upgrade. How can you all over there on the western side have enough power for not only economic development, but as well as other nearby neighboring chapters and communities? I think, Mr. Small Canyon, since you're the chapter president and your delegate is here on the call with us today with NTUA, we could have an in-person leadership meeting, and NTUA could bring maps and the plans as to what they're going to do, and RDC could be at the table with Shanto chapter officials, your economic development committee, as well as your grazing official, because if there's issues also because of what I'm hearing, consent the permittees there, that can be taken care of by the grazing official and say, this is what I'm working on. And then we move forward and say, okay, this is what is the issues. This is what needs to be done. Let's give it a timeline. Upgrade for the electrical capacity as well as distribution. So this is my recommendation, Mr. Small Canyon. Ashbiga.
Yes, sir.
Abiga, yeah, Hakoshila.
Plan.
Most likely, I don't know if we'll have it on the 24th council. We could. We're just very short on time because there's legislations that are going to be moving forward for the ARPA from 24 delegates regions. I don't know how many will come, and we're going to have meetings as well, and we have to be nearby. We may have to wait until the 25th council takes the oath of office, and then schedule who all is going to be on RDC to kind of lead this and assist the Shanto community and the nearby communities. Mr. Small Canyon.
Yeah. Yes, sir. We can work on that. Yeah, we can invite our grazing official. Then in the meantime, we can talk with her if we can contact her. Yeah, we'll do that, sir.
Kushila, Honorable Daniels, would you like to add anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Adonana Kudo, members of Resources and Development Committee, his staff, Adonan NTUA, and also the local leadership from Shanto, Sabikin, Navajo Mountain, and people that are on the line listening. Kudo. I appreciate the meeting here this morning. Adonana Kudo. I appreciate the update from NTUA. Yes, I agree with the recommendation that was made by Mr. Chair, Chairman Nez. So this is one of our priorities in our region, the North region, not just on OJ to Shanto and Tafik, and not just our region, but other chapters, surrounding chapters. So I just want to say that I know that 24th Council area all the way up to the 31st, we're going to be having meetings like every day now. So after the 31st, we can't legislation that but the 25th Council, the 25th Council RDC, I don't know which committee they're going to bind to. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for that. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? There is a motion by Honorable Daniels, second by Honorable Freeland. If there's no comments or questions, we'll go ahead and have a roll call vote at this time. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Vice Chair Walker votes green according to his text message. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kell votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland, text in his vote as green.
Green. Green, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I saw your text too, so thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart? Honorable Stewart also texted in his green vote. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Small Canyon, Mr. Hungiva, as well as Mr. Lester Lee and Mr. Donovan Begay. Next, C, update report by Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation on the tour permits and vendor fees and tour permits and vendor licenses, issuances, and suspensions at all Navajo Nation parks. Presenter will be Mr. Martin Begay and Elvina Arviso. Are you on the call with us?
Yes, sir. This is Martin Begay.
Kushila, Mr. Begay, thank you. Appreciate you being on the call with us today. You have 20 minutes to present, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair Ricky Nez, and also Vice Chair Mr. Walter, and also other members of the RDC committee. Appreciate the opportunity to provide you this update report. Martin Begay in Seattle. I'm the Director for Parks and Recreation. And last year was chain and I've been with the Parks and Recreation Department for 11 years now as the department director. And during this past year, as you know, the the pandemic is still with us. And during this past year in 2022, we have the 3 parks that are primarily involved in tour services. And this one, the one in the west side is Antelope Canyon, Ado Monument Valley, Ado Chinle, Canyon de Chelly. And then vendors, they have vendors over at the Welcome Center at Old Jato. And also we have vendors at Little Colorado River and Cameron, and also vendors over at the Four Corners Monument. And so this past year, we had a total of 24 operators at Monument Valley, 10 operators at Chinle, Canyon de Chelly, and 16 operators at Antelope Canyon Page area. Although as for vendors, those are for vehicle tours. Although for hiking or horseback tours, we have 5 at Monument Valley and 9 at Chinle for Canyon de Chelly. As for vendors, at Welcome Center, we have 8 vendors that occupy the booth there, which includes not only for tour operators, but also vendors. At only Four Corners Monument, yet there are 45 vending booths available to issue out every day. And those are on the Navajo Nation side, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico side. You go. Each one of them have 15 booths available every day. On the Colorado side, under the Ute Mountain Tribe, and they also have the same number of booths that they give out every day, assign out every day. But there are, at the Four Corners Monument, there are actually 116 vendors that are signed up to see if they can get a booth for the day. And so there is quite a demand for our Navajo people that want to have the opportunity to sell their arts and crafts. Not only there, but we also have vendors over at Little Colorado River, probably the same number that want to sell there. But we only have 18 or 16 vending booths available at the Little Colorado River at the first viewpoint. There are some vendors that set up at Monument Valley Tribal Park, inside the park and on the Valley Drive. These are basically just the local residents that live within the park there to set up. And there are some occasionally that come in from outside to set up if there is a space available. At Monument Valley, we try to limit the vending to those major viewpoints that are there. I think there are four major viewpoints, along with another one on the side of the one of the viewpoints. So each day the people come in. If they want to vend there, they set up, and there are some vending areas in the first viewpoint at Monument Valley. And these are probably usually used by people that come in for the day from outside. So those are the number of tour operators and also the vendors that we have. I would like to mention that for this year, 2022, we realized that there are people, the vendors, the companies are coming off the pandemic. And so they lost a lot of the income that they would normally get in the year where there is no restrictions. As you know, that the health department has issued restrictions on how many people can come into the parks, not just for the visitors, but also for the number of people that can come in as vendors. Though the tour companies that operate two-vehicle tours, though, they had restrictions on how much capacity of the vehicle they would allow. So at the beginning, they could only allow in 50% of the capacity of the vehicle. In most cases, the vehicles can hold around eight people, 8 to 12 people. So if you take 50%, that only allows them to offer services to 4 to 6 people per tour. And Adon Lake, Antelope Canyon, there we have 16 tour companies this year, and they also had the same restrictions. At Antelope Canyon, there's 2 companies that do provide guided hiking, walking tours. And so they had to abide by the limits that were established by the health department. Because of that limitation, which we realize is a hardship for the tour operators, we waive all the permit fees for this year. The permit fees are normally we charge $1,500 for the year. Although there's a $75 administration fee that's added on for a total of $1,475 per the tour permit. That's for Navajo-owned companies. If it's a non-Navajo-owned company, of which there are a couple, like Goulding's, those are charged. If they're a non-Navajo company, then they are charged $3,500 plus the administration fee. For vendors at the Welcome Center, they are charged $250 per month per booth. Ado and Lay, Four Corners and Monument J, they are charged $10 per day for vending. Lay, Little Colorado River A, they are charged $5 per day, mainly because it's still restricted access to Little Colorado River. And so that is the status of our report. This year, we issued the tour permits on a calendar year basis, which is starting in January into December. And so we start the application process for renewals in October and then in November. And they start picking up their applications and completing all the attachments that are required. So there are several requirements that they are they're required to have along with their application, which is that they have to have the employer identification number from the IRS, as well as registration with the Navajo Tax Commission as a taxpayer to the Navajo Nation. And then they also have to have the commercial general liability insurance, which covers the company for any incident that may happen within their operation. And for the tour vehicles, they're also required to have individual insurance for their tour vehicles, as well as the inspections to make sure that the vehicles are in acceptable operating condition. The vendors only for those that are at Welcome Center, they have to have the insurance, commercial general liability insurance. But if they're just itinerant, come in by the day, then they don't need to have that commercial general liability insurance. So for this year, yeah, we have the same number of applications that have been submitted or will be submitted for review and approval and issuance to the company before the end of the calendar or December. And so they can continue an operation starting January 1st. Although there are the same number as I mentioned before, plus we will have some additional new operators over in Antelope Canyon. There's 4 new operators that will be permitted to operate. As for any kind of a disciplinary action or suspensions that have occurred during the past year, we did have 2 companies suspended for a period of 10 days in Monument Valley because of they had some accidents that happened, and so the company was required to stop operations while they handled that accident, like reporting it to the police and any kind of emergency response that had been taken. As otherwise, if there is any kind of a violation that does occur, normally the process is just for the park manager or supervisor to meet with the company owner and notify them of the violation and to request that they take corrective action on a violation, such as if a driver does not have their required driver's license, then they're required to stop operation, and the owner is advised to have that driver either not operate or maybe just have them to get their license renewed. So as far as any violations with vendors, we do at times occasionally have conflicts between vendors, especially if it involves limited vending areas, vending space. So the vendor or the supervisor usually facilitates a compromise as to how that will be handled. I believe that is what was asked for from as an update report. So, Mr. Chair, that will conclude my update report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Aron Nishigi Parks and Rec Jadon Hidanabasan Nishwat tour permits to vendor fees and licenses that Eben Hitlasen Lagi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Motion, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Second,
Second motion, Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. And Sash Mahnaidos, Kitty, Kuro, Mr. Begin, Hitler Hasnagi.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Kudo Shana, Kudo Chairman Nance, Kudo Shahid, Kudo Nha. Kitten Zonk, Athena, Hagi, I see by him, and Kudo. I don't he can share that Kudo Shana, Chairman Nance. Well, yeah, I think I don't know Kudo RDC members, not necessarily Kudo Silicate, Ajudan, should shake. Nihido, Oda not there. I don't Kudo get staff, so Rodney Tai, no, not a Leonard Mose. She Kayazer, don't he can say that. So I don't see Madon Hanal, the snake of Shami Donana, Teresa Don Hanal, Miss Demis Witty. I see here, Kudo great. Appreciate the update report from Parks and Recreation, Kudo, Mr. McKay, Kudo Shana, Kudo get thousands, Ako adequate kanda eighty for the yes what the snake or did a quadro cosmogate quadona gate there's Monument Valley, Antelope Canyon, Outer Canyon to shade. They do tours, jeep tours, open air tours, out on the horse tours, hiking tours at the Ecuador. So Kudo the one of the concerns, Kudo the tour operators on Leniki, I shot another video within 30 days. Adequate that they not days. So I see peso days net that I never Ecuador. I don't know peso days in the Ecuador let get nada eel here Ecuador. Chayan and the is Nato Nana children get the eel here Jot yes, so we have a tour operator. She's on the line, Linda Jackson from Monument Valley. She's one of the tour operators. All the tour operators, not just in Monument Valley, but the Antelope Canyon, Canyon de Shada. So, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, can we give some time to Ms. Jackson, Monument Valley tour operators?
Honorable Daniels, as you wish, you may give your time to Mr. Jackson at this time. Mr. Jackson, press *6 if you need to unmute.
Ms. Jackson, we're going to give you some time, *6.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I should given me the time to express my concerns. I'm a tour operator at Monument Valley, Monument Valley, Guya, Cash. The Anim Sniddle, Tachina, Basistin, a singing that's another, Kensitina, Ebasite. What I is on this big tour operator, it's called the Kusinake. Before me was my mom. I call. Hey, since the pandemic, we've been struggling. The price of the tour permit is $1,575 a call. This year, we were allowed to only work every 3 days. A call. It's like 10 days a month. During this time, we sometimes don't get a turn because there's no tours or the weather conditions. Of course, like the other one, has 10 days not. Of course, I don't feel that it's fair because they were only allowed to work 10 days a month. Although tour permit, my annual fee for the tour permit is $9,000. My payment is $807 a month. Although tax of non, it's been too our daily living, buying hay for my animal and keeping up the house. I come out with nothing. My Christmas is going to be almost nothing. Tour operate this energy stuff now. So I don't how is that today? So with this, I wanted to see if they could give us some leniency on the price of the tour permit. They drive out from Simbi to Donley, Navajo, so Shanley, Black Mesa, and we like to keep them working because they have to feed their family. Valley, we tour operators. I'm sure there's more than 30 operators because we're allowed 10 people every day to take turns. So, but I don't know how many operators there is. There are 24 in Mr. Begay. I know there's more than that. So, I asked our council delegate to come out and help out the so Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Begay, Martin Begay, your response?
Thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez and members of the committee. Linda Jackson. I've known Linda for a long time, and it's true that she has been providing tour services for several number of years. And I do understand that, as I mentioned previously, that the pandemic has really affected the amount of business that the tour companies had been getting from previous good years. And so, as I mentioned before, also, in order to help out the companies recover to pre-pandemic levels, we waived all the fees for this 2022 permit period. Although there are, as Linda mentioned, that there are quite a number of tour companies operating in Monument Valley. And so each one of them desire an opportunity to generate income for their operation, not only for their workers, to provide compensation to their workers, as well as to provide their maintenance services on their vehicles that they have. And they also have to have other business-related expenses. So we do understand that. And but with the number of tour companies operating there, we have a system where we are on a rotation basis, where we only allow a certain number of tour companies to operate on a given day. Normally, well, if we had allowed everybody to come in we wouldn't have any place for visitors to park. So there would be a great number of tour vehicles there, and a great number of people who work with the company trying to locate customers. So that would be an invitation to conflicts between the operators. So in order to make an orderly process, we set up a schedule where each tour operator gets a certain amount of time where they are allowed to be in the tour booth where they can sign up customers. And so once the tour company gets a customer for their service, they take put in the customers into their vehicle and take them on into the park, and then another tour operator takes over to book their tour. So we try to maintain an orderly process in that manner, and for sure, with the number of tour companies operating, we can only allow a certain number on a daily basis. We understand that there are some tour companies that operate from outside the park. They book their tours online, and then they pick up the tours, the customers over at the Welcome Center, which is where they begin their tour. So because of the congestion at the park itself, we do allow the tour companies to operate from the Welcome Center also. As I mentioned previously, there are some tour companies that rent booth space at the Welcome Center where they book their tours, and then they take them out into the valley. So the only limitation that we have, as Linda said, is that the number of tour companies that can operate or be at the parking lot on a daily basis. And so we do understand that there because of the number of tour companies and a diminished number of visitors, that there obviously will be less to go around. So we just want to have that understood, that we try to accommodate as much as possible that we can for the tour companies that are there on a daily basis. That'll be my response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Honorable Daniels, back to you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Begay, fee 2022 fee wave 2023 be caught or 2023 so the fee 23 is it still going to be 1,575 are you gonna go down on your fees because we're still in the pandemic during our chapter meeting Sunday at down a lot of people they call me. I don't know, a lot of people they text me. We can't go to the chapter meeting, we can't go there. So I don't know I get in the tours. I'm sure I'll put in the tour and that I hit the car. Change up the hot shit. So it is I don't know is there a way we can work on the fees? You can work on the fees. So Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for your question. Let me have Mr. Martin Begay, your response, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Nash and Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. We are a proprietary program, which means that we don't get any funding from the general fund. And so we are required to operate as a enterprise where we charge for the services that we provide, and also the any fees that are to be collected at the parks, such as the entrance fees and also in this case the permit fees. I'll call it. We do have expenses that we are related to the administration of the permits, such as the annual permitting process. Although it's not just the permits itself, but it's also monitoring the tour operations on a daily basis to make sure that they are complying with the permit terms and conditions. And also, if there's any kind of a violation that occurs, then we, as I mentioned before, we'll work with the tour companies to make those corrections. And also, if there's any enforcement necessary, that would be a kind of expense that we have in the administration of tour permits. So for this year, 2023, the permitting process has already started, and the fee has been reactivated for 2023. If it's a matter of the difficulty for the tour company, I believe that we may be able to see what we can do at Monument Valley as to how we can do a fair kind of a fee for this year only in 2023. But I will concur or consult with the company there, the park there, and see what we may be able to do. But at the time being, though, we will still have the tour permit fee unless there is some change that is forthcoming from based upon your request, Delegate Daniels. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Ado di koro tour operator. Yahatzi to Honorable Daniels. Yahatzi, Mr. Begay. Ado ban Hassan nagi yaha sato wave day this year, and we appreciate you doing that, Mr. Begay. It lets us know that you do have a heart for your people and the vendors and tour operators. That ebansen case given in neha not neha given in the nebichan dahina yal pelik at all. Sto barchan yet off so yana is neto lesto yek at all lasto banhatas ahakipenega. Hut ego ba wave in lagi at ehegi it edo ashin hut ego ben digit leader les hut na on nishko asana hedo kadaya hati kodo no ken leniki yaha ash bohonetza Mr. Begay ne dida kodo 2023 ki ash bohonetza ti wave nan leko jonat ahnein zigo eden Nehiti Navajo Parks and Rec or Lampe so don't hit you with either Navajo Nation General Fund that the unhip proprietary program they plenty been in I unhik and did that you know. Kro baby get a tad on here expense for lunch a koti kodo git ati ne Mr. Begay. 18 the 8 and Itahnas Dod Ati Baby and the Yego Nahans ne Arada Daily, yes, Araban, yes, 8 Naha. The Nessa savings the Harland as Yaha Twitchadayos Edo. They're trying to figure out how can we do better than this. Atishindo Aysa Kodo Artscojan, but honor Neta. A Kodo Nego, how we might be able to have a fair and reasonable fee this year. And that part, Mr. Begay, Nihajo, Bonson, Kesto, Dinsidana, Arjik, et Kite Oshink, and the Daki, good old Stahuyet, the base of the Schliftor. They want to support their families, and they're wanting to at least have this wave a Quaiki. And what would be the fair and reasonable fee? I guess it'll take time for you to figure that out, because currently at you already started the process, the permitting process started for 2023. At Ohodina go 2023. Ndezid Hananaha Didik at the Kushins Kahatzi about 10 days at the Hatziko. Ahot Ahinzi Gibest Ada Hajobanson Kestoles Mr. Begay Hit Araba Condesato O Waya Windland the Shimbi Gatolet Diego Hanzacheta a Koida Art Hot Nido Lesta. So wave non-play though. Maybe the next council will do what it can to allocate funding from the general fund to replace what you have waived, if that's possible to do, Mr. Begay.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Nez, Delegate Daniels, and other members of the committee. There's companies that are that really do have sizable income because of the nature of their operation. They do a lot of promotion, going to travel shows and stuff like that, and generating commitments from charter companies to come to the park and to take their tour. And so they do generate sizable income. I would say in Monument Valley, I would say maybe about 10 of these companies do generate quite a bit of revenue. Although the rest of the area, there are small operations with maybe one vehicle and 1 or 2 vehicles. And so the amount of income that they generate is really a lot less. So I think what we will have to do is probably do an assessment or an analysis of what each company has generated for the past year, and develop a fee system that is based upon that the amount of revenues that are generated. We can do this through the tax commission, see if we can get a report from them as to how much revenues that have been reported from the tour operations, and then hopefully come up with a fee schedule that will take this into consideration and develop that fee from that sense, from that perspective, or that standpoint. So and I'll also consult with the parks and see what their recommendation would be, at least for this coming calendar year. What see what we can do. Like, yeah, Mr. Nez, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. DG Ice Nation on Tata Ako, Honesa, Ekitan on the State, Anita. Mr. Begay, we do appreciate what you do and what you have done for the people. You work for the people, though, Kodo. We support you on all that you try to do. And you did mention that some companies, they have a sizable income, they advertise, they generate a sizable income, and they have good revenue. Adequate the trucks, the vehicles, their tour trucks, and you're right. If you do an assessment, it'll probably tell you with the tax office as to how much they make and how many vehicles that they have, and based on that, perhaps have that give them some discount or whatever you would based on your wise decisions to help our people in this area, Mr. Begay. Provide a report on how your decision would really help our people that are vendors as well as tour operators on the Great Navajo Nation. At this time, let me go to Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Chairman, RDC member, Kodo Park and Rec, Mr. Begay, the individual that have spoken. I guess one other area that I need to address, and I think I've been bringing this up before, in his area, Nabanda Inihiki vendors, Niniki, Aquake, the Nab Bayat Hito, Adakodo Hitashi Bakat nature, which is good because I see the Nepeso, Ashito, Nisanke, Koto Ope, and I see or Nedan the Kaido. Out of it, the Nadan policy and regulations, Niniki, the Ope, which are now you not a the one area that I like to bring up as well, and again, I'm not sure how effective it will be as far as my statement with the new council coming back in. The land liniki o hayu atas. Akobanada in yet betanada the jisto. Akoko. Unless these individuals develop or make their own jewelry, then of course that's okay. But you got to have a variety of showcase in order to sell a variety of items, the product. The nepa banda inihiki koto the nesanda the kasai the supplier shield, yeah. Those individual the nep jewelry it is but nada the jahonate banata inni. What I hear and what I see is that people are not allowed to sell to one another. These vendors to the sellers can't go to the vendors right there to sell their items. A lot of our Navajo people just goes out to the Gallup area to just do wholesale. Non-Navajos that you Kodonisha items yet that. And what they do, and what I understand, is that even though wholesale is in there, but still, these vendors, they go to Gallup and they buy these, our Navajo people sell it at lower price to these wholesalers in Gallup. And then what happens is that they come back around, these vendors across the Navajo Nation, nada is going 80 Anhin hit the Huyaho Bana is near. Koto now Navajo turns around and sells these products in higher price again. So I mean, the person that we're making rich is the middle person right there. Ako akwakia elahit out stop and hit the end. Why can't there be a free market in a way? Let these people sell to one another. Ado yego restriction. Be yiljize. Akoko. We encourage our our Navajo people to sell. The Shinit, why is it there's no obstacle for our Navajo people to sell off the reservation for our own Navajo people? They has on it. Oh, you baby cannot eat. Baby cannot eat. Oh, the yego koto the nan liniki handa ilnito ado di kat. Yeah. I mean, it's a win-win situation if our own Navajo, our own Navajo person, both of our Navajo benefits. But the way it is, the Shinita, sometimes the middle person, which is always a non-Navajo, will be will benefit more instead of our own Navajo people. I think that's one area that I believe the Park and Recreation needs to look at as well. Allow our Navajo people to sell at these to the vendors. We are to sell. It is understandable. They have to go through the process. But with that amount of money, I think it's just too much. I mean, you know that that day you never know that you don't know how many people is going to come over, or it's just they take a risk to go out to sell. That day the other bana is not or that hot na you can't the big nice but yet could so be kid or all seats. A quacky is not chairman, Halet our 80 our own Navajo people seller than Liniki, sell that Liniki, been yabbing that the Jahaki, rather going off reservation to sell at wholesale, but rather go to Four Corners, Chinley, Canyon de Chelly, Monument Valley, Cameron, Grand Canyon, Norda, even Le Sedona, Goyandit, I know that's out of our area. That's how far our Navajo people. I say this and I know this. I know this because I'm sure people don't know that I'm used to be a silversmith. Chippinle ninigi edigi atin the family ko ebe not be bakon senti. That ego and get the nan linigi akompanda in because the destination not that and then handy your not your vendors and linigi that cheka but in that day ecuador a quack is hopana is no the vendors done linigi they gotta go turn around and buy a lot of these products again, a variety of a different jewelry maker. So what they do is at Orchard now just meet me over here in front of Bash's or at this junction. At Nordne, Conada, Ada, Batahan Shah, Ada Nani, Nishni, Nota, I Nekadashanda, Ilnoyana Kay. Why can't all of this be done at the location, at these, where the vendors are, without no restriction to say that, okay, I need some more product, I can jewelry, let me see a variety of it. Let me buy it from our own Navajo. Don't display nane dot little able gonna could keep on nane so and I'm not sure how that to be incorporated in this today's discussion. Coco the nan liniki Papan Sikis got the compazard upon that they all they're doing is they're charging $5 table without no major restriction. A bizarre about that I think that's where the microeconomic and that's what we've learned in some areas. Social economic that the Diegos out now the free enterprise that the no the ADA some refresher course that any days yago but not to let that small business that's what runs the local business no the bayata and I think we really need to look at our own Navajo people that they sell what they make jewelry that a lot of time I see them on Facebook and this goes on to our own Navajo Nation arts and craft as well. I know that that's not a discussion, but I just want to bring that up as well. In that our Navajo Nation arts and crafts just pick and choose of what they want to buy and of course selling it to the people that comes over. Clothing item or whatever items our Navajo Nation arts and craft made in China I'm sure there's a lot of our own Navajo people that can do some design clothes and some other items that they could sell. That the arts and craft could buy and sell them back to our Navajo people, if not to people that visits the Navajo Nation. I think that we really need to consider Chairman Dikat Bayashki Ito Bahasigi, even the rock weavers in the Ohudat Esto, that Ohokito, Koto, that Sitikita, these stone carvers that are Liedos, Koto. A lot of our Navajo people are very genuine in making different type of products, but the thing is that they lose the value of it just because that they need the money. They have no choice but to sell these items at the lower price. The Washington, the Atlantic, the airport in Jagar, Native American Jewelry, some of the items are there. The price that you're not able to is always in the upper value. The non-lineage items are somebody is really benefiting it. Has on it to the Nelanin lot a quagidit na to live not up at the quagidicey a quagidoshat is the chef. A co 8 year go jo quagaban so case as the 11th hour as the 24th council at Abba has seen the well he's leaving, so we don't really need to take him seriously. She wins in the store. But nonetheless, I think that's one thing that I think two of my colleagues are coming back in. I thought such a quadro should change Linigi, I just so what the heck is it? Nahaba Yaskito is Chairman Nez, though, other delegate Daniel did that. I've been bringing this up all along, but a lot of time it never changes. It probably won't change because the Nan Linigi, they have to up in hard to see quack in Hanato, Adina, quacky. Items again, no, I mean, all I'm saying is that why can't that be done right on the spot where people are selling or at the vendors? Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Let me go back to Mr. Martin Begay.
Delegate Kielan Begay, Adabahin Sigi, Adakube, Alabe Dalia Banda Nigi. We do comply with the federal law that regulates the sale of Indian arts and crafts, and so they have to sell if they're going to be selling products. They require to ensure that these products are actually handmade or made by Native people. And so we we promote this at all the tribal parks that have vendors. And so there's different quality of products made. There's the high quality products like the silverwork, ado rugs, ado art rugs or sculpture, ado alagbaben art. And so these are the high quality items that may cost maybe several $100s per piece. And so the majority of vendors that we do have at the tribal parks are those that are that sell items that are not that much, because the visitors that we have known for years is that they only buy items which may be less dollars or $15, $20. Those are the best sellers that they have for these individual vendors. But the top quality items, there are not many vendors that sell at the parks. They only go to those arts and crafts sales that are off reservation, like down at the Herd Museum or over at Santa Fe. And there are more buyers that are able to afford those type of top quality items. Although where you mentioned about wholesalers, these usually they're off reservation. They come to the park and they sell these ready-made products. Although the vendor, they purchase these items from that wholesaler and then they resell them to the customer. And so there's a possibility that that they could generate better income from those reselling those products. But like I mentioned before, that most of the vendors that are there at the parks do sell the handmade items that usually cost less than $20 because that's what most customers or visitors buy at the parks. So if there is, if you notice when you go to the border towns, some of these companies are also getting into the business of hiring silversmiths and having them work there. They pay them an hourly wage or hourly salary, and then the finished product, they sell it from their company. So that's also kind of an exploitation of these arts and crafts vendor people by these companies. And they just pay these vendor arts and crafts people the hourly wage. They don't pay them by the piece anymore. So that's something that another form of exploitation from these border town companies. So but there is no restriction of vendors buying or selling from buying from other vendors. There is no restriction that we have. We consider that to be their own business as to how they want to handle that. So that'll be in response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., do you have a follow-up?
Yes, could we post those type of information to the public to say that if you are a silversmith, a jewelry maker, you're free to sell your items at these location vendors where Navajo Nation have jurisdiction or something like that? I've been hearing that we're not allowed to sell at these areas. So maybe put it in writing and post them and let people know that there's no restrictions with the Niniki. Apply to asking for the Niniki, but it's Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. Begay, your response?
Oh, thank you for the question also. The vendors that we oversee are only within the tribal parks. Along the major highways, like the road coming from Flagstaff to Page, and also the road coming from Cameron or from Grand Canyon to Cameron, these are outside of tribal parks, so we don't have any jurisdiction to say to restrict any kind of activity within these areas. That's up to that's usually up to the Department of Transportation for that state. So they set up there alongside the highway, and actually there's I'm not sure if there's any kind of enforcement done by the Department of Transportation for these sellers. Although there's also one over there by Navajo Bridge on the west of Page. It's not that they set up there, but those are also outside the park jurisdiction. So what I was referring to is with those vendors that are that sell within the tribal parks. So I think it's if they say that there's no selling, that may be from the highways company or the highway department transportation that may be having those restrictions. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Let me go to Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. You have the floor.
Yes, Chairman, Nez Shawinchagi, our honorable members of Resource and Development Committee, staff, the Quishin offices, what the OPVP, the Speaker's Office, the Office of Legislative Council, Tashin, that is, the listening audience, members of our communities and members of the public. Presentation in Lagido, Mr. Begay, Kenda, Digi, Shido, Shinhin Shinko, Shinhidani, Lido, Shingla Bahazan of Shinte, Hoshitato, Shinada, Outa, Cashin Quillo, Kuyat, when he thousands that who Dandil Kitago, by Hilam, Sinanta, Quentai of Kitty, Estota, Ben Higa Saznido, Estota, Nahabigatish, Kinto, Shidot, Bansas case. Oh, Edo, what Edo, those done at Eda. Junon, died of the bed at ego, Quaggy, and died of Kiddo. What Nana, Nana Ahasana, Archer County, Archer, Cameron, Arizona, Cameron chapter, Equinana, Ado LCR, Little Colorado River, Banana, but Gorge, Do Valley, Do Plateau, Jibeda, Kaya, Dodja, Nila Ikaha. Akota Aja, Adi, Bahan Egin, Yahulo, vending sites or points of interest. And da Craigie, da Kato, Kunda, Credo, da Valdo, Adoda, il Kid and Deja. Do Coaching Hadalgi, what our angel has Aja, LCR visiting areas. Viewpoint first viewpoint, second viewpoint. Manager Mr. Martin Begay and his department and his staff, his employees, manage it. Yeah, the Hadiado get a days the Bahanegi. Ako Ajay Didi Saho Ben Nashidiki so Honorable Daniels and then get Shitadna. Show what is the response on the what asking the Nen Yen Hitch that is in here husband. No, what it has on here. See that the vendors at the LCR overlooking the Little Colorado River Gorge. But that site the open and close another vending site the nothing another though done the so what quite the Nebanda in the arts and crafts vendors quite the house banda in the door the child or not so it another it all and the quite DG quite but that is yen died to the Habanan John Dash or Ebika night this kid could eat the Schneedle did. How can the vendors their operating hours, although the operating hours of that particular overlook that site, that area where there's opening of the gates and then closing of the gates, how can the hours be more consistent? The time they spend there selling, that's everything. Big difference if they're only to sell 5 hours versus 8 hours or 9 hours, 10 hours on that's a huge difference. The vendor hours it's of course aligned with the park's visitation hours, the opening and closure. Those opening and closing hours are inconsistent. It affects the vendors' ability to sell their wares, their crafts, thus affecting what they generate as far as income. They count. 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. But 11 o'clock, that's a total balance of notion. And I wouldn't know how to deal with that if I were a vendor there and I counted on my livelihood counted on me being there selling my arts and crafts, and I didn't know when the park will be open tomorrow or when it will close. Nation yo ya da har sa budget ado sa shi ba income da ya yo ya da har ya so ye go ya da ko da na kidoshi they're subject to that inconsistent hours the parks operate for quite late out 8 adult adult shit how can that be improved to where it's not so inconsistent? So I realize that the vendors they sell outdoors, although depending on the season, what season we're in right now, winter versus summer. Summer has more hours, more travelers, more visits. Obviously, that's the peak time for them to generate income versus winter. Then that you got holiday, holiday, le Thanksgiving, so we Black Friday, that neither. Other than Sunday, the Christmas, the left on a Kitais, week below that it ne. I don't let Handa Yil neither. Never change the shift that no below is kind that the Bani Kaiser. Joe Quagga. Baban says, case of Baba get this thing, he gave, but that is Ahaki, Allah knew what Elanson. Or what are you, where none desk to all this, Mr. Abigay. I don't have, oh, yes, I can't hold that this sign, the Quagga. Yeah, a clinic is Ayat or the job a card, the job is or hit up a card. Fine, Nicky, or the net. Yeah, EJ, I don't know. It thought that the Christian lineage are the there's some confusion on what the verbiage on a sign that I'm told about. Or said, or said the show. But that's the question directly from the vendors of the Little Colorado River area along Highway 64 in Cameron, Arizona. And they need nation very large things now they change it. I what that is, John Salban, that's the case. So I appreciate this time, chairman and committee members and Tahi for facilitating the discussion here, coordinating this discussion and making it possible for us to continue our advocacy today. You know, on the Telecom, the ship is no, the city, the call, not the washing, non kissing, the Saga, Manja, the hotel, not on, twist on. Thank you, Chairman. Back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Mr. Begay, your response?
Oh, yeah, I don't know, Kitty, Vice Chair Walker. I don't, that vendors on Lineage, the Little Colorado River. Cordoba Hasti, there's 16 vending booths at the first viewpoint that you mentioned. We did a survey of the vendors in the Kagi. When the pre-pandemic period, those booths would be occupied almost 100%. So there was 16 vendors sitting up there. After the pandemic, that number of vendors really dropped. Not just because, not because the park was closed, but because of the fear of the virus. Do kunda kedo do banda inita. Do anike from the park do. We had the restriction on the number of visitors, like a Bahasti 50% capacity, and he didn't know. So that was a restriction that was in place. The pre-pandemic period, we had five or six workers there. Unfortunately, one of those workers was afflicted with the virus and sadly passed away from the virus. Although the remaining there was four. Although he went to left the job, so we ended up with three workers, and one of those was the program supervisor. Left for another job. And so that left us with 2 workers. And so at that time, the park hours was only Monday to Friday with a reduced schedule because we didn't have enough staff to open up and close up, and then also still maintain the park, doing trash collections and other maintenance work like taking care of the restrooms. And so that also took a lot of time too. In addition to the office the any visitors that come, they need to be assisted with issuing permits for backcountry use and stuff like that. We got to have a full operation viewpoint. At this time, we were able to hire on another worker, so now there are only 3. There are only 3 workers now when there should be in the FY 22 budget was there was supposed to be 8 workers. And for these vacancies, there are no applicants. There are no qualified applicants that are referred from the personnel department. So those 3 workers have to bear the whole load of operating the park, in addition to whatever assistance we may be able to get from the park, other parks, such as bringing in maintenance people from Antelope Canyon, Lake Powell, to help out with the maintenance work, repairing and replacing some of the such as the railings that needed to be redone. So we try to maintain the park opening as much as we can. So lay vendors that I know, they said they didn't know when the park hours don't know. So I instructed the workers there to go to a 7-day-a-week operation, and also to see if we can improve on opening and closing procedures, to open up at 8 o'clock in the morning and also to close up at possibly at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But this was based upon the number of workers available to do that. So we are looking at alternatives that we can see if we can do, like working more directly with the vendors, so that they may be able to assist us in doing some of the gate opening and closing. And as I mentioned, I did mention this to Delegate Walker, and so we still want to see if we can follow on that if we still have the reduced staff. But the problem with that is the liability concern. If there are no staff there at the park, what happens if there's and there's an incident at the park where a visitor may have an injury happen? What would be the liability on the Navajo Nation? So there's a consideration that needs to be looked at. So we are working on the signage at the part. There is confusing language. There's a sign there that was put by the Department of the Highway Department, a fee required when there's actually no fee going into the park at this time, because we don't have the resources for somebody to be there to collect fees. So the vendors, they go to the office at Cameron and pay their daily fee to set up at the park. So and if we can get more workers that will take care of a lot of these concerns, and also we can work out some kind of arrangement with the vendors. If there is an association that they have, that we can work with them to see how we can make it more convenient for the operating and closing procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? Are you ready to accept the report? I don't hear anything, so we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay votes green according to his text message. Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels?
Green, green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart texting his vote as green. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll accept the report. Thank you very much, Mr. Begay. Martin Begay, go ahead.
I don't get it. Go ahead for raising those concerns, and we'll go ahead and address those concerns from our point. Thank you.
Okay, we would appreciate that. Perhaps we'll hear a report from you on the waivers too, so thank you. Next, D, update report on the HR 3587, the requirements, expectations, and standard procedures for effective consultation with tribes. Respect Act, introduced by Representative Raul Grijalva of Arizona. Presenter will be Mr. Carlisle Begay. Mr. Begay, are you on the call with us?
Chairman?
Yes.
I've texted Senator Carlisle letting him know that his report is up. He did mention that he's entering a dead zone. And this was about 10 minutes ago. So hopefully he'll be out in the next 5 minutes. Would RDC like to take a 5 to 10 minute break while he gets on?
Okay, 5 minutes should be good, 5 to 10 minutes. We'll come back at 2:15.
All right,
we'll
Chairman.
Recess for. Hello?
All right, Chairman.
Okay, we'll be back at 2:15. Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, I believe we need to hold this meeting back from recess. So, Mr. Tahi, do we have everybody on the call?
Chairman, you have yourself, you have Delegate Key Allen McGay, Delegate Mark Freeland on the call. I believe Herman Daniel logged on but was knocked off again, so waiting for him to get back on to reestablish quorum. Senator Carlisle Begay is on the call.
Okay. At the last report, Honorable Freeland's vote, he just texted in green. So the vote changes for the Parks and Rec by Mr. Begay to 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, then motion carries on that report. So we're back down to D, update report on HR 3587, the requirements, expectations, and standard procedures for effective consultation with tribes. Tribes Act, introduced by Representative Raul Grijalva from Arizona. Mr. Carlisle Begay, you have 20 minutes to present, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Nez and our honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, staff, and those listening online here this afternoon. Chairman, my apologies for the delay between Window Rock and Twin Arrows here this afternoon, and I appreciate you giving me some time to get to a better area of cell phone coverage. But by way of introduction again, Chairman, Che Carlisle Begay, Che Tkotswani Shleki Ani, a Bashir Chin, Adet Lazatan Dashache Do Dashanella. As you conclude the order of business in the coming weeks of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I just want to take a moment to thank you all for your tireless work and advocacy you provided over the last 4 years for our great Navajo Nation. It's truly been an honor to work with each and every one of you. And as I mentioned this morning, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year to you and your families. To the point of my report this afternoon, Chairman, it was perhaps timely as I sent the email out earlier this afternoon outlining that there is a tentative agreement with a 4,000-page, $1.7 trillion federal government omnibus package for fiscal year 23. The proposed omnibus funding package is comprised of 12 annual appropriation bills and is proposed to fund the government and its various agencies through the remainder of the fiscal year ending in late September 2023. It's expected to pass in the coming days, but it'll certainly cap off months of stalemate over issues like level of growth for defense and non-defense spending and decade-old riders, particularly with a number of retiring members of Congress who are positioning issues that are perhaps thought of being legacy issues as a new generation of congressional leaders take oath of office next month. But with regard to the purpose of my report today to the committee, I believe members of the committee are familiar with this bill. Last year on May 28th, 2021, Chairman Raul Grijalva introduced HR 3587. Chairman, as you outlined, the requirements, expectations, standard procedures for effective consultation with tribes, or the acronym is the RESPECT Act. There are other very versions of this RESPECT Act that were introduced previously in previous congressional sessions in the last decade, but HR 3587 is the latest version that Chairman Grijalva has been working on in his tenure as chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee. In its current form, HR 3587 proposes to establish a formal consultation process and procedure for federal agencies. The committee is well aware that the White House and President Biden in the last 2 years has instituted and passed and signed various executive orders and signed off on various MOUs, enhancing the federal government's responsibility of tribal consultation. I think tribes are collectively embracing that enhanced tribal consultation requirement. HR 3587 essentially legislates and mandates this in permanency through Congress, but specifically the bill requires federal agencies to consult with tribal governments. One, proposing to require tribal consultation before undertaking any proposed federal activity or finalizing any federal regulatory action that may have a tribal impact. And number two, for all activities that would affect any part of the federal land sharing, a border with an Indian land. Tribal impact refers to any federal action that may have an impact on tribal governments, including tribal cultural practices and tribal treaty protected rights. In April of this year, the House Natural Resources Committee was to consider action on HR 3587, but when the notice for markup was released back in April, the bill was noticeably absent from the committee markup schedule. The absence of the markup calendar was pretty glaring for Chairman Grijalva. He is the chairman of the Legislative Committee with jurisdiction over Indian issues within the House Natural Resources Committee. He had at that time previously announced on April 6th that there would be a markup for the Respect Act, but when the time came for the markup calendar, it was absent, and it was understood at that time that the committee of the House Natural Resources Committee did not add it to the calendar due specifically to some of the tribal and tribal organization opposition and concerns of the Respect Act. We had previously sent copies of those letters to Navajo leadership, but the noticeable opposition that we recognized was the opposition and concerns regarding the possibility of including Alaska Native corporations and Native Hawaiians in the bill. Should the bill become law, the thought was that federal agencies, as mentioned, would be required to consult with tribes, but particularly with Alaska Native corporations and Native Hawaiians. Tribes had argued that these non-governmental entities shouldn't be treated in the same manner as federally recognized Indian nations. So at that time, if we recall, at the direction of Navajo leadership on March 15th of this past year, Speaker Damon, yourself, Chairman Ricky Nez, and Delegate Mark Freeland did send a letter to the House Natural Resources Committee leadership outlining some of the concerns from the perspectives of the Navajo Nation and outlining and referencing the resolutions that were passed by the council, largely in the name of the resolutions passed related to Chaco Canyon. And subsequent letters from a number of tribes as well. I did send copies of these letters to Mr. Tai. Although tribes are generally supportive of the concept of codifying the government-to-government relationship and the right to consultation in law, the fact that remains is the concerns that continue to be outlined by tribes and tribal organizations, even in the updated amendments since April that the committee had released to tribal stakeholders. The amendments that were made perhaps to address some of the concerns earlier in April, in the last few months, the amendments that were released still had a lot of opposition from tribes. And those letters were sent to Mr. Tahi as well. But one of the notable opposition that seems to continue to remain is that the government-to-government relationship and consultation does not appropriately reflect tribal sovereignty, and there's still a lot of opposition from a number of tribes, including Alaska Native corporations, as equivalent to tribal nation governments. Additionally, tribes continue to be concerned with the updated ANS language that it would create a new mechanism that could be used by one tribal nation to delay or block a federal approval that another tribal nation is seeking. Such a procedural mechanism would undoubtedly result in creating additional conflicts between two or more tribal nations. And I believe this committee is very familiar, and there's no better example of this from the Navajo Nation and through resolutions and requests made by this committee. The concerns stemming from the continued double standard applied to tribal consultation in favor of one tribe and often in dissent of another. And a good example of the double standard that I believe could be applied in this instance from the Navajo Nation is the recent action and decision by the Biden administration and Secretary Holland in announcing the pending withdrawal of approximately 351,000 acres around the Chaco Canyon National Historic Park. So even though, as the committee is well aware, that the Chaco Canyon National Historic Park is located on the Navajo Nation, I know leadership here on the committee had argued that the decision was made with no formal consultation with our leadership prior to any formal announcement last year. Chairman Grijalva did write a letter that Mr. Tahi also has a copy of, that he sent to the White House and to the Secretary of Interior and Secretary of Agriculture, calling for agencies to apply consultation policy directives, such as the MOU regarding interagency coordination and collaboration for the protection of indigenous sacred sites to strengthen sacred and cultural site protection and take into account some of the traditional ecological knowledge in the federal decision-making process as well. And so I think the committee is well aware of the continued request to the administration for consultation, particularly to our residents and people that surround Chaco Canyon. And I think the committee is well familiar with, as I mentioned earlier, the argument that our leadership have stated to members of Congress that it's unfair that consultation is provided to one tribe and not the other. There is a draft letter at the request of leadership from our meetings in DC the other week in outlining the concerns regarding HR 3587. And as I mentioned, Mr. Tahi also has copies of other letters from other tribes to that effect. So with that, Mr. Chairman and members of RDC, I will pause there and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Begay. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Motion, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, thank you.
Chairman, I second.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions on the report?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the update in the report as well. Just a heads up, I'm also on my Crown Point chapter call right now, and they did pass a resolution asking the Crown Point Hospital for more doctors and nurses. I know this is off the topic of what you had brought forth, but just a heads up, I know we have a Navajo area or Navajo National Director now with IHS, and those are returning on the 25th. if you could please advocate to Congress, especially Congress, to give more funding, additional funding to Indian Health Service, so our 7 service units, and especially our Navajo region, our 7 service units can receive additional funding for doctors and nurses and retain them. It's a national, it's across the nation issue with the shortage of doctors and nurses, but we need help as well at the federal site level. The 638 is a little bit different. They can ask directly for IHS funding, but the federally operated sites are completely different. We don't know who the new head is going to be, but this is a topic that we could really, as Navajo, spearhead, and I'm sure we will have other support from other tribes as well. Please ask Congress for more funding. Work with the new delegates on additional funding as a trust responsibility. Yes, as a trust responsibility for more doctors and nurses, as well as more specialty care, ambulatory care, ER, pharmacy, and other specialty care as well. But it's very urgent and emergent at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Friedman. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? I do have a question, Senator Begay. You mentioned how if one tribe could oppose, and when they do take their position in opposition, and would there repercussions of the other tribes who do not agree with the opposition be affected?
Thank you, Chairman, for your question. I think that is what underlines the concerns from a number of tribes and tribal organizations, particularly with the federal investments made in the last couple of years, particularly in infrastructure and infrastructure investments that are being made, as some tribes have noted that that neighbor other tribes. That if one tribe opposes a project, and particularly that requires federal action, whether that's right of way or environmental review and clearance, that if one tribe opposes a project that another tribe supports, that this stalemate between 2 neighboring tribes could result in a damaging effect, as this is going to codify the tribal consultation procedures for federal agencies. And so I think that's perhaps what also is reflected in the various resolutions passed by this council, with the All Indian Pueblo Council notably supporting the withdrawal of BLM land surrounding Chaco Canyon, but Navajo, through the various resolutions that have been passed by this council, are requesting for reconsideration of that withdrawal. And although in this instance with Chaco Canyon, Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, Mr. Newland, has visited some of the communities, particularly around Naizi. I think that in that meeting, for example, there were only 10 Navajo Latis that had the meeting with Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs Newland. I think that leadership at the time had argued that it would appear that the real purpose of the listening session that was held does not consultation, particularly with tribal leadership, and that's where I think this codification of tribal consultation could be weaponized, and that's, I think, the concern by a lot of other tribes is this would provide a stalemate for future projects if one tribe opposes a project or proposes something that another tribe supports. Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer Gay, you have the floor.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so now, other members of the RDC committee, other Mr. Begay here that made the report. Voting IHS, and I know that IHS is each year during the budget seasons, and we always during the consultations, and we always had the issue of retention and recruitment for IHS. So I think that's what we're looking at Telecom Medical Center. But right now we're trying to help to make to expand some of the shopping center there. So we'll be asking the council, the delegates, to address some of that, to keep some of these recruit, and then to keep the physic doctors there. So ADIA, we're trying to do that. And so my question is regarding that, is there right now I think they're facing some challenges on the water line. But I just got off the phone with the NTAT. Then I was listening to this morning's NTA, the report on the other transfer station that RDC received it here. So my question is there any way that this can be addressed somehow, or is there any way that you think that getting this addressing of the retention and recruitment would be helpful? I mean, from the community, we're willing to help. If there's anything that lobbying the senators and anything, that who will be the best person to contact, and maybe there should be some type of a letter campaigning that you could provide that to us, so we can start doing that too. So that'd be my question to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Senator Begay, your response?
Thank you, Chairman Nez, honorable members of RDC, and our honorable delegate, Elmer Begay, for that question. As I mentioned at the beginning of my report, the omnibus bill package that was released last night does contain some provisions for Indian country. Notably, there was an inclusion of advanced appropriations for the Indian Health Service in the appropriation bill for fiscal year 2023. This would help ensure that IHS programs are steadily funded despite some of the ongoing uncertainty that comes with continuing resolutions or sequestration or government shutdowns. Veterans healthcare is an example. One of the only other federal government funded healthcare programs has enjoyed this stability for more than 10 years. And so it was, many believe, an accomplishment that Congress has agreed to fund through advanced appropriations in the Health Service. So that certainly is a win, and perhaps addresses some of the concerns on retention, recruitment of providers, but also service delivery across the Navajo Nation. Unfortunately, with the IHS advanced appropriations, there is still concerns that what they're titling the 1980s appropriations restrictions that have been interpreted to mean that HUD and IHS monies cannot be used on the same housing projects for fear of federal double dipping. And so that's something that a number of tribes are hoping to address before Congress votes on this package here in the coming few days. But unfortunately, it looks like, from what senior leadership, and particularly the Senate, have stated today or this morning, that those tweaks will need to be addressed in the next Congress in the first quarter of next year. Chairman?
Thank you. Senator Begay, yeah, I don't know something like it. This HR 3587, Carlisle, respect Williga. Hot ego behas ani act. Introduce Elia. Hos to how zoto aja a ye Jehovan has aja not ani roll grahalva Williga. Respect acronym, you have requirements, Nela. Expectations. Standard procedures for effective consultation with tribes. So, effective consultation with tribes. Why is this? It seems like we're doing okay right now, Senator Begay. When Navajo leadership travels to Washington, D.C., advocating on behalf of the Navajo Nation, and I'm sure other tribes do that. Why is Congressman Grijalva wanting to introduce this to where it appears that he's trying to put us all in one vehicle, and some of the tribes would be saying, okay, we would like to have a smaller engine with an octane level of about 60, 68, and then there's some of us, the ones with the low octane level, they're saying, hey, let's take it easy. We might say, well, I would like an octane level of at least 100, and we want a bigger engine because we want to do more work here, and we want to get right to the point. It's like they're saying, with this act, tribes are going to be consulted. It's like they're putting us in a fenced area to say this is the only way that you'll have access to Washington through this requirement, the expectations, the standards and procedures, and this is going to be a consultation that will be more effective. Why is it that Mr. Grijalva never came to the Navajo Nation and said, I want to meet with the tribal council. I want to hear from them. I want to hear what you think about this act that I'm ready to introduce. Will this be efficient? Mr. Washington, not what about San Carlos or White River Apache or other pueblos in Arizona? There was no, if he's seeking effective consultation, how come he didn't consult the tribes is what I'm concerned about. And for him to go with it, this morning, trustees, where's the BIA? No, never the kid. Nan hit the kid though, Kodo, Hajisha, Kododa, Yento, Nahi trustee that Jimmy got on his deeds at the Ado DOI, on his deeds at the Ado a store. What consultation was provided to our dear Navajo people, especially the Latis, to say we have a new proposal here. We have withdrawn. We want to withdraw, but we drew the lines further south to I-40. I don't need that. Nothing. There was no consultation, and we still have, as we said in Washington here a week and a half ago, told those leaders and letting them know that our elderly still wish to make a statement, but will their statement be provided by a certified interpreter to interpret all that is being said, the concerns that are being addressed? Don't hit the Department of Interior as well as the BIA as well as also the BLM. They came on Navajo, but they
some of them, and I use it at A, huh? They didn't go down to Lake Valley. They didn't go south to like Theru or Smith Lake. They had these meetings, these hearings at San Juan College in Farmington off the nation. Bernalillo did that, as well as the Pueblo Cultural Center in Albuquerque. What was the purpose of these consultations? And to me, they're very ineffective. I believe that Congressman Grijalva needs to come to the Navajo Nation and present this to the council as well as to the president and vice president. I'm glad that we asserted ourselves in speaking to leadership in D.C. Myself, as well as Honorable Begay, as well as Vice President Myron Lizer. I would like to hear some recommendations, Senator Begay. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I believe there was a pending letter that was sent to Mr. Tahi, and Dana Barbroff had provided some input to review for the committee and perhaps Speaker Otto So to sign off on. The letter would outline similar concerns and perspectives to leadership of the House Natural Resources Committee. So that letter is in front of you in draft form. And so as the Congress deliberates the fiscal year 23 omnibus package this week, this particular bill, HR 3587, is currently not in that package, but was told this morning that a lot could happen. It could be amended or added, and perhaps timely if this committee would want to send that letter to the Health Natural Resources Committee leadership, reiterating some of the concerns that you stated, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Begay. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chairman.
Yes, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, committee members, and everyone on the call. Senator Begay, thank you for the report to the committee. This development that you're reporting on is quite significant and substantial for Navajo Nation. We are a very big nation, and we are our interests as far as policies of the U.S. government, our interest in that is far and wide. And saying that, thinking about the report here, what's to be, I think Navajo Nation, the executive branch, the legislative branch needs to weigh in on our representatives to Congress. And sometimes that's easily said than done. Other times that remains to be seen how unified.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
So I'd like to what the executive branch's position or response is. Yeah.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, we didn't get the last part of what you stated.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Executive branch. Executive branch leadership, president, no vice president. AG, Attorney General, don't get one. DOJ. But if someone can speak to that or not known at this time, well, that's on record, and I think we could reach across the street to get our concerns known and see if we can form a unified position in response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. I believe Honorable Vice President Myron Lizer is Honorable Vice President. Are you on the call?
Chairman and the Vice President logged off, but I'll text him to get back on the call.
Okay. Let me go back to Senator Begay.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker. I'm going to reference at least a position that President Nez and Vice President Lizer did send to President Joe Biden back on November 24th of 2021. And in that letter, President Nez and Vice President Lizer did outline their concern and opposition to particularly the proposed BLM land withdrawal on Chaco. It doesn't reference the Respect Act specifically, but it at least outlines the opposition on the ongoing proposal for the BLM land withdrawal. But I'll email that to Mr. Tahi right now, and he can disseminate that to committee leadership. But that's the only position that President Nez and Vice President Lizer have formally submitted their comments, particularly to the White House.
Thank you. Honorable Vice President Lizer, are you on the call?
Calling because I wanted to see if I could get sent a receipt.
Honorable Vice President Lizer? President Nez?
I just got a text, Chairman, from Adam Begay that VP Lizer is in a meeting with OPVP division directors at Twin Arrows at the moment.
Okay. Nathan and Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Indian tribes. No. Bahut ego be ishi aro hajoben hishanna. Bahut au na ge kenda nahal gode. Aye Jehovan has arj hahot zot. Horse dohahot zohas arj Arizona ja. Hut ego. Bahata liago. Odo best eda. I say I don't hisnahan. Ishi obizabito kisazudan hijo. No. What end we do, and I appreciate your recommendation as to what the position of Navajo Nation leadership would be as far as executive and legislative branch. This is the lehlati has aniki besati les one voice naniki it ego a besi kido les podoti at the neheki ako a behind Sigi ne behind Sido at a hasi tran kodo ababi gastan that a cousin kodo neto either don nehnant hishin. So with that, any other comments or questions?
Yes, Chairman, this is Joaquin Yates, Office of the Speaker.
Mr. Yates?
Yes.
The floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Honorable members of RDC. I just wanted to let you guys know, RDC members, that you do have the Office of the Speaker's full support We have received the letter. It is currently in Speaker So's court right now. As you know, he's not in the office, he's on leave. We just didn't feel at the office of the speaker that the pro tem speaker, Chairman Henyo, we thought it would be better to get the signature from Speaker So himself. So I do apologize for it taking a little bit longer. I've spoke with Chief of Staff, Chief Yazi, and we will definitely have that signed before the end of the day. We do apologize for how long this is taking though, but I just wanted to go on record by saying that we've spoke with Speaker So and Chief of Staff Yazi, and you do have full support of the Office of the Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Yates, that was this morning's report as well, to have a letter which President Nez will sign and be sent to US EPA. And it would be nice to also have a letter from legislative branch as well, speaker as well as RDC members. And this one is also, Mr. Yates, as we're talking about respect, the acronym for that was introduced by Representative Raul Grijalva. And we do appreciate your announcement of Speaker So's support on this. And I think that we do need to come together and be unified in this effort to stand against such acts or regulations that will be promulgated at some point, or to just oppose something like this, because it doesn't go well with leadership here on Navajo. And that's what we're trying to get our president and vice president to be on one page with legislative leadership as well. So thank you for that. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? I hear none. I don't hear Senator Carlisle Begay for bringing this to our attention, and we hope to have some sort of a unified position from Navajo Nation leadership. So if there's no other comments or questions, we can have a roll call vote to accept the report. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay? I believe Honorable Begay's vote was for his text message was for the rest of the reports. So his vote will be green. Honorable Daniels? Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart? Honorable Stewart had texted his vote as green as well. Earlier, he said the rest of the three reports, so his vote will count. Honorable Daniels is excused, and I believe Honorable Freeland's having technical difficulties. Honorable Freeland's vote just came in as green, so we'll have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries to accept the report on HR 3587. Thank you, Senator Begay.
Thank you, Chairman, and honorable members of RDC.
Merry Christmas to you, and if we don't hear from you, Happy New Year as well.
Thank you, Chairman.
So, honorable members of RDC, we're on number 6, old business none. Number 7, new business none. We're at the close of our meeting. Mr. Tahi, do you have any other announcements for us?
Chair, members of RDC, I have no new announcements since this morning. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. RDC meeting tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Is there a motion for adjournment?
Freeland, Chairman, I motion.
Honorable Freeland and Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Any comments or questions? Honorable Freeland, would you like to sing a Christmas song? Thank you. Let's have a roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable DeGay votes green according to his text message. Honorable Daniels is excused. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart, he had sent his earlier text message as green on the rest. So we do have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. It is now 3:02 p.m. We are officially adjourned. I say so thank you for calling in and listening in.